chose us before the foundations of the world, which also means that before anything that was created, you chose us. Even this moment in time, you knew who would be gathered in this room, who would be present, who would be chosen to be on this panel and board. And I'm grateful to you because they're here by your divine appointment. Lord, I pray today, the scripture says, blessed be the Lord who daily loads us up with benefits, the God of our salvation. I pray for everyone in this room that they would be blessed abundantly and above all more than they can ask or think. In Jesus' name I ask you to do all these things. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. How was hot?
The heater's on.
Yes. It is Wednesday, November the 15th. It is 9:08, and we have all members of the Commissioners Court present. We are in the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard, and I will certify we have a quorum. Moving on to item D, announcement on disclosures of conflicts of interest. If any member has an announcement or wishes to disclose that right now, you can also do that when the item comes up if there's something you fail to bring up. Being none, we'll move on to item E, in recognition of Marcial Martinez Jr.'s 30 years of service with Nueces County. I think... Hello.
Hello. 30 years already?
30 years, pretty awesome. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you to bid a farewell to a career that has spanned over 30 years in law enforcement. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of Nueces County. I have had the opportunity to work.
Can you speak in the
Okay,
microphone? Sorry.
I have the opportunity to work alongside some of the most dedicated, skilled men and women in law enforcement. I thank each one of them for their guidance and support through the years. To my family, thank you for your love, support, and allowing me to do what I love. I look forward to the new chapter in my life and will always remember the amazing people who enable me to live out my dreams in law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are so grateful. I was speaking to your mother, and I understand she retired from Nueces County as well. We are very pleased with your family and your contributions to the county. We have a symbolic watch. It hasn't been engraved, so I want to take a picture with you, and we have a certification for you. So if you'll come up front, we would love to get a photo. If you'd like your parents to come too, we would.
I hadn't seen that. I have a purple shirt too, but I couldn't find it. I should have worn my purple jacket. I just thought about that. In honor of TCU almost beating Texas, right? The story of our season. Last season, we wins the close games. This year, can't win the close games.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations very much.
I don't know where you were, and my daughter is joining the Explorers, man.
Yes.
Thank you for your service, sir. Be safe.
He's going to retire next year.
There you go. Take care.
Yep.
And item F1, in recognition of World Prematurity Day, and I believe Peyton's going to read that.
Morning. Whereas the March of Dimes Foundation works to promote the health of infants and women by supporting research, leading programs, and providing education and advocacy. And whereas premature birth is the leading cause of death in newborn babies. Prematurity is defined as birth before 37 completed weeks of gestation. Premature babies who survive may suffer complications and often face lifelong health problems such as learning disabilities, vision and hearing impairment, and cerebral palsy. And whereas in Texas, March of Dimes has worked extensively to advocate for moms and babies, with about 40,000 babies born preterm each year in the state of Texas, representing 10.8% of live births. And whereas the month of November is recognized as Prematurity Awareness Month, and November 17th is recognized as World Prematurity Day to raise awareness, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim November 17th as World Prematurity Day in Nueces County, and recognizes the work being done by our local March of Dimes chapter to decrease premature births, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to learn about the risk associated with premature births and what they can do to help lower premature birth rates. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 15th day of November, 2023.
I will make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Ms. Sue, I think you're here. Do you want to speak to us? We're all wearing our purple today, and just for this. So.
Good morning, and thank you all for that new in advance for wearing the purple. I appreciate the support. I'll try to keep this short, but I just want to say a few words. Anybody that's known me for more than 10 minutes knows that I'm an avid supporter of March of Dimes. I have been for over 25 years. And unfortunately, we no longer have a local office and a local walk each year, but I still, you'll see me in the springtime wearing my little earrings and asking for donations and doing my raffles, all that different stuff. Prematurity is defined as any being born before 37 weeks. A late preterm is between 34 and 36 weeks. Very preterm is at or below 32 weeks. And extremely preterm is at or below 28 weeks. There's now another category, excuse me, which is a micropreemie. And that is a baby who is born weighing less than 1 pound 12 ounces or before 26 weeks. The March of Dimes, we may all know, is created in 1938. Original purpose was to find the cures for polio, which was done. The next mission was to help fight birth defects and infant mortality. And then the shift has been, the momentum has kind of shifted to healthy pregnancies. And about 20 years ago, the main focus, a lot of the focus came to the prematurity. This is the size of a normal newborn diaper. This one is for a preemie. And this one, oh, I'm sorry, that's my gift card. This is for a micropreemie. This is for a baby is designed for a baby that weighs 1.7 ounce or 1.7 pounds. Wow. And I kind of have mixed feelings about this one because I get sad thinking that babies are born this small, but it makes me good to know that they are being born and how many of them actually survive. And whether it's directly or indirectly, probably everyone in here has been impacted by prematurity. And actually, I haven't myself, but I have friends, family that have had preemie babies, and they're all luckily doing very well. And it's with the support of the March of Dimes that so much of this has come about. So, and I
Awesome.
thank you for making the proclamation. And on Friday, the 17th, which is actually Prematurity Awareness, or World Prematurity Day, I would like to see if, again, everybody can wear some form of purple, if we can turn the county purple for the day.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your years of contributions to this worthy cause, too. Yes, we
And-
appreciate it.
and
I do have a preemie. I had a preemie great-grandbaby that was
Okay.
born, so we are very thankful for all of the work and research and doctors and everyone. Yes.
And Dale can attest that I have the office very well trained, because people come in and they see my little things related to March of Dimes, and if they ask a question, somebody will inevitably answer, "It's for the babies."
Yes. Very true. Well, thank you. And we have this for you. I think it needs to be signed by one more person, but did
Okay.
you want to do a photo with this too, Sue? Or,
Yeah.
I mean, you're more than welcome. I just don't want to feel like we have to, so. Do you want to do a photo?
Need to sign it. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll all see me again in spring when I'm starting the actual,
Come back anytime. You're welcome.
actual push.
Our doors are open. Our doors are open.
Okay, we're moving into public comment. I saw several people come in. If you didn't get a chance to sign in, I'm going to ask if anybody else wants to speak, and we'll add you to the list later. Joe Ortiz, if you will come, you have 3 minutes. We cannot respond. And if you will state your name and address when you get to the podium, please.
Good morning. My name is Joe Ortiz. I live at 2505 Presa. I'm coming here. First of all, I came here time ago asking for you all to be more creative in the way you obtain funds, and one of them was the plating, Nueces County plating. Well, I came to find out that one of your commissioners brought this up, but another one contradicted it, saying that the Builders Association, he got in contact with the Builders Association, saying that wasn't true. But this is what we need. We need to find out if what we're saying is really true, because this was investigated and found out that Nueces County is not getting paid by the city, and the way they're doing the planning, that's a lot of money. That's millions of dollars that the county could be getting from the city. Now, it's important because your taxes are not going to be as high if you get more money. We have a shortfall we thought we had a shortfall of money last year, but let's keep up and find out ways of getting money, and creative ways in order for the citizens of Nueces County not to be taxed as much. And who knows, by getting those millions of dollars from the plating, you could hire 3 or 4 more county officers to keep, crime down in Nueces County. One other thing, I've had several phone calls from District 3 or Precinct 3 about Las Colonias. People are complaining about the drainage in Las Colonias. they need help. And they said that they keep calling here in Nueces County, and nothing's been done, or they won't return phone calls. So I'm asking you all, as county commissioners, county judge, to please respond to the people that really need the help. Y'all all they got in order to maintain drainage and water, fresh water from the county. So that's all I'm asking is please return the phone calls in my district, which is Precinct 3. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Craig Peterson.
All right. Good morning. My name is Dr. Craig Peterson. I live at 15630 Gypsy Street. I'm one of the faculty members with the Christus Mon Emergency Medicine Program. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the support we have received from the community. It has been incredibly moving to hear patients, family members, physicians, and nursing colleagues, and others speak on our support. I also wish to express sincere thanks to our mayor and all members of City Council for giving us an audience. We were inexperienced and may or may not have applauded when we shouldn't have, but you were gracious nonetheless. Next, I can't speak highly enough of the support we received from Judge Scott and the Commissioner's Court. You've truly gone above and beyond. Some commissioners have gone so far as to attend and even speak in public comment side by side with us. You've been excellent representatives of your constituency. To the NCHD board, I am very grateful for the care and attention you've paid to this issue. You moved quickly and decisively. Thank you for taking action. As grateful as I am for all of you and your efforts on our behalf, I'm concerned that the tentative agreement between Christus Spahn and the NCHD that provides funding for the next 5 years will not be enough to ensure long-term survival, let alone success of the residency program. It takes 36 months for a resident to complete training, and each fall we recruit medical students for the following summer. Effectively, this is a 48-month cycle. In the fall of 2024, we will be recruiting the class of 2028, and when that class is in their final year, the interns at that time will not have funding. Practically speaking, a 5-year extension only delays the residency phase-out by 1 year, and at a cost of $18 million in addition to the funding Spahn already receives. We will not be able to recruit residents in good faith to a program that will not exist for the duration of their training. We will see staffing shortfalls, and many residents training at that time will transfer to other programs. Due to the rolling nature of residency training, a residency program can only operate at a fully functional capacity with the promise of longevity. Those of you with high school-aged children are no doubt looking forward to college visits and the prospects of higher education. If your high school sophomore, class of 2026, was set on attending A&M or UT, but degrees at those institutions were only guaranteed through 2029, it would be irresponsible as a parent to support your child's choice of a school, knowing that they would have to transfer before completing their degree, no matter how storied the institution is. This rings even more true for residency training, which is the culmination of most physicians' academic journeys, and is the foundation upon which their career in medicine is built. With such uncertainty, we will not be able to recruit in good faith, nor would students choose to train here, regardless of how well-trained and successful current and past residents are. Thank you so much for your time and consideration in this matter. I know we can find a resolution together that secures quality emergency care for the Coastal Bend for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Brodeur.
My name is Michael Brodeur, 15729 Escapade Street. Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Brodeur. I'm one of the core teaching faculty at the ER Residency Program. I come here today first to say thank you. Thank you for hearing the outcry from our faculty, residents, and community over the announced closure of the only ER training program in the Coastal Bend. I have read with great interest the news of NCHD funding that would allow our program to continue for another 5 years. I heard about this through the local news. 5 years of funding sounds wonderful to a program that received word just over a month ago of a phase-out, which practically speaking amounts to a closure next year. I do have a concern. My fear is implementation of a plan that doesn't achieve what you may have been led to believe it would, and at great expense to the taxpayers of the county. As reported on local news, for $18 million, the program will be saved for 5 more years. But I'm concerned that the program would not be saved for necessarily even more than a year. And here's why. NCHD funding would begin for our 2024 to 2025 academic year, which starts in June. Next October, which is less than 1 year away, we would start recruiting and interviewing for our class of 2028. This class of 2028 would graduate in June of 2028 at the end of the 4th year of NCHD funding. This class of 2028 would be third-year residents that year. The problem is that first-year residents in that 2027 to 2028 year would not have guaranteed funding to finish their training. And that means that no incoming first-year resident would choose to train at our program. And that class of 2028 would now graduate without having a full complement of residents at their program, and this is the lifeblood of a program. I'm telling you this today because it would be considered unethical to even interview residents next year because of how their training would be negatively impacted by this plan. For $18 million, we are not getting 5 years. We're not necessarily getting close to a full year. If my residency program leadership had been able to participate in the discussions between SPAN and NCHD, that error in reasoning it could have been easily avoided, but there was an NDA, and so unfortunately no representatives from my program were able to participate. And perhaps this could have been avoided if SPAN had come to the special committee formed by County Judge Connie Scott over this issue, which we do appreciate that you guys have formed. And SPAN was supposed to have a couple of representatives, but on 3 different dates that committee has met, they did not show. There is another way. This way is in having our ER training program transfer to another system. Here in Corpus, NCHD would not spend $18 million. SPAN would be able to complete their vision for healthcare on the Coastal Bend, and ER training would remain in Corpus, where faculty and residents are valued for the benefits we bring to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Brodeur.
Good morning, Judge Scott and commissioners. I'm Marilyn Brodeur. I'm the dentist who's married to Dr. Michael Brodeur, and we're at the same address. I'd like to review 4 additional data points that have emerged since we last came and a promising solution. Wednesday last week, SPAN agreed to 5 years of NCHD funding for $18 million. I assume that 5 years was the longest term that the NCHD could negotiate. And as you just heard, unfortunately, this only kicks the can down the road until October of next year. This data point reaffirms what we already know, and that is that SPAN doesn't really want an EM residency program. Data point number 2. Yesterday, SPAN announced conference spaces used to teach residents wouldn't be available from now until March 31st. They need it for computer training. I can distribute this memo if desired. Again, the residency staff wasn't consulted ahead of time to find a solution. Classroom teaching is a requirement of academic training, and SPAN is just not committed to academic training. Again, it appears from their actions that they don't want this residency. Data point number 3, HCA publicly announced yesterday at the NCHD meeting that they would be a willing home for this program. From what I understand, they would not need ongoing yearly funding, perhaps some capital improvement funds to properly house the program. This would be much less than $18 million. More importantly, the program could continue on without a time limit on funding. HCA is willing to put a ring on it. Faculty, and data point number 4, faculty have confirmed with ACGME that program transfers are indeed allowed between hospitals. The ACGME is the accrediting body that gives their stamp of approval on residencies. They simply require for both systems to sign some forms, and then bloop, a program can move. From these 4 data points, a promising solution emerges, and everyone can win. I will ask this court today what I asked the NCHD yesterday. Can we negotiate a transfer of this program from SPAN to HCA? Can SPAN be released from their contractual obligation for 2 residencies if they agree to a transfer? Can we make this long-term solution happen? SPAN wins because they don't have to keep a program they don't want. HCA wins because they can receive a program they do want. Our residents win because their training is safe. The county and NCHD win. This frees up millions of dollars to use elsewhere. And most importantly, our community wins because we can keep world-class emergency medical care. I realize that this is a big ask. Adding an additional party to negotiations is harder in the short run. However, I believe we can figure this out, and maybe we can all celebrate at a Hooks game when this is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Ramirez.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Scott and County Commissioners and audience. My name is Dr. Juan Ramirez. I'm the Medical Director for Corpus Christi Medical Center, HCA. I've been here in the community for about 5 years, and since then I've been 6 years actually, and since then I've been the Medical Director for the ERs. Just to start, I'm going to be brief. I know everybody has things to do today, but just to start, even though the residency program belongs to Spawn Shoreline, that is not my hospital, we still have a lot of benefits from...
Speak into the microphone, yes.
Even though the residency program doesn't belong to our hospital, HCA, it belongs to Spawn, we still have a great benefits from the residents because every year I get some of the residents coming to work for me on full-time or PRN status. And also now the residents are coming to work as moonlighters in the freestanding ERs since we don't have enough doctors in the community. So that's a lifesaver for us and somehow supports our system. So the residency program is not only an asset for the hospital, but it's an asset for the community regardless where they are. So that's something that has to be very clear, that the residency is needed and not only benefit one system, it benefits both systems, therefore benefits the whole community. I wanted to make that clear. I know going to Katrina, I was trained in New Orleans, in LSU New Orleans, and I went to Katrina. And I know how hard it is to be out of program or feeling the program being threatened for whatever reason it happened. I lived through that. I had to live under the bridge of Baton Rouge for 6 months in a ferry just to be able to get my rotations and where to live because there was no place to live. And it was a different situation that is right now, but it is something comparable with the horrible feeling of not having a home. That's why I show a lot of sympathy with the situation and what we're going through all this process. With that being said, our CEO confirmed yesterday that he's willing to work with the Spawn Shoreline leadership. He's willing to work with the Nueces County Medical District and all the parties involved on how a transition. That's basically what we want to say. We want to make sure that we're here, and whatever the decision is made, we will support either way. I personally believe that the program is strong. I personally have supervised the residents coming from the program, and I personally have given letters of recommendations when they move up in the ladder for future training or for better hospitals or going out of town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Veronica Wilson.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Is it a little cold?
No, he is. I'm hot. I turned the fan on. Put your jacket on.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Veronica Wilson. I live at 19 Great Lakes Drive, and today I want to speak to Spawn and the NCHD meeting later today regarding the possibility of the hospital district approving the emergency residency program support term sheet to serve as the basis for the future agreement with Spawn relating to the ER residency program. Okay, so Spawn has refused to show any of the special committee meetings for the committee that Judge Scott has formed expressly for the purpose of working together to save the program and these 50 doctors. In doing so, okay, they disrespect the citizens of the community, and they're showing us in no uncertain terms that they've made up their minds and they will dismantle this program. Spawn refuses to work together with the doctors in any way and has barely spoken to them since I last addressed this court on October 24th. And as you just heard, they're shutting them out of their classrooms. So at this podium, Spawn told us what their plan is. They want 162 family medical clinics throughout the county. Could it be that these 162 clinics that they want to open will drive out tax-paying minor emergency clinics and tax-paying general primary care offices? When SPAWN opens the 162 clinics, those clinics will not be paying property taxes. They'll have a leg up on everyone else who does pay taxes. So to recap, SPAWN proposes to shut down the program in 3 years. Then we, the community, counter with, no, please don't do that. Now SPAWN's counteroffer is to shut down the programs in 5 years, but we pay them to do it. The numbers I'm hearing are 18 million to 21.25 million. They are literally asking us for a bonus check to destroy the program, a bonus check that they could possibly use to build these 162 clinics and could put all the tax-paying general practitioner offices and ER clinics out of business. Please, if the hospital district cannot see what we all see, please step in and stop this from happening. Get this residency program into a place that wants them, HCA wants them, and help them until we can find a more permanent solution. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. David Gilmore.
Good morning. David Gilmore, 7934 Rancho Vista Boulevard, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm here to speak on the waste disposal. It's the IFB number 3249-23. I was really impressed the last time I was here. It was my first county commissioner meeting, and it was nice to see the attention to detail, the referring to the county attorney on different topics that you guys were discussing to make sure verbiage, everything was in the contracts, protect yourselves. That being said, come to this agreement, it starts with the details. It starts with filing for an opportunity to bid, required documents not provided by the current provider. And here we are again. I'm going around visiting the different apartments with the containers. I've shown you guys the videos and the pictures of the 2 compactors. The second one, and both have been pulled now. I went down there today to check on the compactor to see still no safety switch on that. The door still is open and runs. It is not leaking this time, but thank God they got that trusty broom up there to push that door open, to hold it open so the wind doesn't catch it and your employees can load it. You know, these are the attentions to details that should have been taken care of by the provider that's doing it for you guys now. This is what Republic stands for. We have 3 brand pillars. Safety. We're going to make sure that things are done safely for our employees and for your employees. Reliability. We're going to say, we're going to do what we say. We're going to make sure that everything's done the correct way. And then we got environmental responsible. You can't have leaks going down the sewers, the drains. I mean, these are very important to Republic Services, and that's what's going to separate us. It's a $730 difference between the contracts that right now that you guys are paying to what it would be with us. I've never seen a contract or a bid go down in 3 years, but it's pretty evident why you can get things done cheaply if no one's monitoring the safety and environmental and just being reliable, saying they're going to do what they're going to do. So I implore you guys today to take that into account before you make your decision. It's a very minimal amount of money, but when I was here last time, Mr. Hernandez talked about his slip and fall that he had out there before with containers leaking. So that being said, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to me today and taking a look at all the videos and stuff that I'd sent you guys, and hopefully today that we can move forward in the right direction and we can get you guys taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone that came in later that wishes to speak? Yes, if you would go up to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Sunny Italia from 2010 Magnolia Falls Drive, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words. I wanted to take this time to echo a couple words that I spoke publicly yesterday. On October 12th, it kind of seems like a lifetime ago. It's been the most stressful, and remember, I'm a ER doctor, but also the most humbling 4 weeks of my life. Somebody asked me on the evening of the 12th, after the sudden announcement of our closure was made, what are you going to do? And I said, that's easy, we're going to fight. But then they asked again, no, what are you going to do? And I hadn't really thought about that. And I still really haven't today, and I don't think any of these guys here really have. because it hasn't been about us as individuals. It's always been about serving our community. And we've been absolutely humbled by how hard that community has fought alongside us. How hard all of you seated before me have fought alongside us. Our vision, our goal, it's always been to provide this vulnerable community with the highest quality, most up-to-date, and most evidence-based care possible. The patients come first, and that's never changed. All of you seated before me saw that, NCHD saw that, City Council saw that, the Coastal Bend saw that. And together, we've been able to get the handful of people that made that decision on October 12th just maybe to see it too. However, we'd all be naive to think that that's the end. It's only the first step in a really treacherous journey ahead of us. This afternoon, I hope to say that, well, David overcame Goliath. That our small group of ER doctors, with the immeasurable help of the Commissioner's Court in this community, overcame that giant of a decision that Spawn made on October 12th to close a residency. I won't be able to say that we've overcome if it's only temporary, though. How do I ever feel safe again with a deadline on my livelihood? But more importantly, how could I ever instill faith in my patients and in my community, knowing there's a deadline on their access to quality care? And I'm not only speaking about emergency care. My wife is a local family doctor. She's fellowship trained in geriatrics, which means her specialty is our extremely vulnerable elderly population. She's the only physician in her clinic, and that isn't by design. That's because it's already so difficult to recruit physicians of all specialties to the Coastal Bend. She manages over 2,000 patients in the community by herself, and she is the only access to care that they have. However, if you ask her why she practices in Corpus Christi, when the entirety of her family and all of her friends are hundreds of miles away, she'd say it's because I practice here. And when you ask me the same, why I practice here when my family and all of my friends are also hundreds of miles away, it's because this residency is here. Putting a deadline on the residency puts a deadline on me being here, which puts a deadline on her being here, which then puts a deadline on over 2,000 vulnerable elderly patients' access to care in our community. That's just my family's effect on the Coastal Bend, and there's over 50 more stories like that in this residency. The ability to save quality health care in the Coastal Bend is just the first battle, and we almost lost that in the blink of an eye 4 weeks ago, and what's to say it just won't happen again tomorrow? Our real battle will be to ensure that it isn't lost, to ensure that something so debilitating to this community can never happen again. We not only owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the Coastal Bend. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Chesney, you wanted to speak, sign up.
Judge, I can do it in public comment, but is there any way to just to bump up the item since it is an agenda item, or just to make sure I'm not violating anything on the Spawn? I can make it as public comment.
I would bump up the item as you wouldn't want to.
I thought Johnny Hip wanted to come at 3:30.
I know we'd have to bring it back again too. I can just make a public comment. I just want to make sure.
Just make a public comment if we're going to bring it back anyway, because we don't really have any.
So will you sign me up for public comment?
I got you on here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'd like to make a comment too, and
Well, we'll bring it up.
You can bring up the item twice. Bring it up at this time and then later after the meeting.
What's the item
number? However you want to do it.
I'll tell you, my thought is our public comment is when an agenda item is before us. We are not citizens. Citizens have that right. I don't think us as elected officials should be taking time out in public comment to speak on any issue, because that, in my opinion, averts the open meetings requirement that we are bound by law to follow. So I would suggest that we push this item up, because I think we all want to weigh in, and we know that the doctors have 2 meetings to split to amongst all the rounds and everything else that they have to do. So I'd like to see it moved up.
Okay, I will move up, and if that is all of the.
They can get a hold of Johnny and get him here quickly. I don't know.
He can't come until
they have a meeting scheduled for today, and he will be able to report after that meeting what happens at that meeting.
He needed to have his meeting first. He let us know last night. That's why we were going to do it later.
Well, he doesn't have to be here, but I think he should be listening in.
He probably is.
He probably is.
So.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So if there's no one else who wishes to speak on public comment, yes, please. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Carl Sorrell. I'm actually here to represent the Nueces County Medical Society. I just want to kind of read a very brief statement from the society. The Nueces County Medical Society is in support of the longevity and security of the emergency medical residency program. The society recognizes the critical importance of emergency medicine residency program in the training and productivity of highly skilled emergency physicians, and also recognizes Nueces County Hospital District in its vital role that it has played in ensuring the health and well-being of the Nueces County residents and indigent care. Also recognizing that NCHD is paramount for sustaining high-quality emergency medical care in Nueces County. The Nueces County Medical Society urges the Commission, as well as the hospital district, to take the following actions. One, allocate and secure sufficient long-term funding for the emergency medicine residency program to ensure its sustained operation and growth so that they may continue to serve the residents and of Nueces County and indigent care and the surrounding rural areas. Two, that encourage the collaboration with Christus Health to identify opportunities to develop a long-term agreement to ensure continuous improvement and longevity of the emergency residency program. And three, if an agreement cannot be, long-term agreement cannot be reached with Christus Health, that there be collaboration with other healthcare entities willing to provide a long-term solution, including transferring the program to other hospital systems. Be it further resolved from the Nueces County Medical Society pledges its ongoing support and collaboration with the Nueces County Hospital District and the Commission to achieve the goals outlined. And we look forward to your cooperation and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here this morning. If there are no others wishing to speak on public comment, I will go ahead and bring up 3A2. Regular agenda item, receive an update from the Nueces County Hospital District relating to the emergency medicine residency program. And Jenny and I both talked to them last night. They were wanting to do this possibly at 3:30 this afternoon, so we were going to bring it up late. I do agree with Mr. Hipp that he needs to present to his board before he comes in and presents to us and their discussions from y'all's meetings. So he in no way, shape, or form is not wanting to be here. He just has protocols to follow as well. So Commissioner Chesney, if you want to.
Thank you, Judge. Let me start by saying and echoing some of the comments that the doctors have so eloquently made today. Thank you to the Hospital District Board for jumping on this. I'm sorry, I'm cold. I'm chattering up here. I don't know why. But we wouldn't be in this position were it not for the help of the Hospital District, and they have always been a great partner for Nueces County, and they have really stepped up. Commissioner Matas and I have spent countless hours at the request of the Judge Scott by creating this committee in working with the doctors, the Hospital District Board. Johnny's been there. Karen Urban's been there. We've gone back and forth on this. And, you know, we really felt at the time that the Hospital District had come up with something that we all had asked for. Go back to SPAWN and see if SPAWN would be willing to keep this, right? That would be the easiest way to start. Then we all got to a point where we felt like, and I'm not trying to speak collectively, but if I'm not doing it right, someone will correct me, that I got to the point where I felt like we were trying to put a square peg into a round hole because SPAWN didn't want the program. And that's not a critique of SPAWN. It's just they've gone a different direction in a corporate manner than HCA has. So I don't want my comments to be taken negatively about SPAWN at all. They just have made a business decision that this is not what's best for their business. And HCA has made a business decision that this is what's best for their business. Therefore, the feeling in the room, Judge, and the committee was we would rather, you know, this go to HCA. Now, again, SPAWN didn't come to those meetings, and that again is not a critique. That's just a fact. As I went back and forth with the doctors on this is a high risk change at this particular time in the deal, and said, look, I've made a lot of sausage in my public service career, and this is definitely some of the most interesting sausage that I've made. And to get to a point where we actually had had discussions with HCA, and then, you know, Johnny came back and said, guess what? SPAWN took, you know, the deal that we proposed, which was surprising to everybody. And thanks to SPAWN for doing that, for coming back to the table and responding as such. That said, you know, I have to believe and support, as I've done from the beginning, what these doctors are recommending, because I believe that they know what's best for this community in regards to the program and taking care of their patients. I'm not a doctor. I'm not in this. I've learned a lot about this, and I appreciate. I still don't know all the acronyms and terminology, but I definitely have listened and learned, and it's been a fascinating experience. But at this point, you know, my request to the hospital district publicly would be to consider tabling this recommendation. And this is at the doctor's request, and I want to make that very clear, because this, as I've said to them, this could blow up the whole thing. This is a high-risk, high-reward ask at the last minute. So I'm saying this to you all as you're sitting in this room and you're all nodding your heads in agreement. I want to make sure that's it, because it's a big ask, because the hospital district and SPON are this close, working on contracts. And we're saying, all right, we need to shift again, because it is a big financial request. HCA is not making that financial request. They're saying, we want this, we'll take this, we'll need some transition money. I get there's nothing on the table. That's the high risk of this, because if it doesn't work out, the devils are always in the details. Then this could blow up the whole thing. And the doctors I've said that to them. I've argued is not the right way of saying it, but I've really played the devil's advocate with them in my back and forth that with the representatives who've been on the committee, and they still feel strongly after talking to all the faculty and the residents that it's really better to try to do this now, because it really puts them in a bad spot if we take this 5-year plan. So with that said, knowing all the risk and the reward, and all the hours that Commissioner Matas and I have spent on this, and we planned on doing this today in executive session and letting the whole court know where we were, because we can only talk between ourselves without violating the Texas Open Meeting Act. So we haven't had the opportunity to share this with the rest of the court yet, and that's why we put it on the agenda to do it today. Is to ask and you know, this NDA, as far as I'm concerned, that's off the table, because those details have been made public. So to me, it's the heck with the NDA. Let's get the doctors to the table with HCA and SPON and the hospital district and get this worked out, because those details are now public. They've been released to the media. Everybody knows what the deal is. Everybody knows what the proposal is. So if that NDA has been breached, or it's been forgiven, or it's been released, or whatever the case may be, at this point, I think if we could get SPON and HCA and the doctors to the table with the hospital district, I think this could be worked out, because if SPON doesn't want it, there's no shame in that. That's fine. Nobody's going to shame you for not keeping a program that, if you've made a corporate decision to go another direction, let it go. All we're asking is then for the hospital district to table it, see if SPON and HCA and the doctors can get to the table, work this out. Ask SPON just to transfer it over, because what I've learned is apparently, Judge, it's a pretty easy process if SPON agrees to transfer it. And then let's not put the hospital district in the position of spending all that money if we don't have to, or spend it in a different way, because it's all going to indigent care, and it's all a justified expense. And I have no problem supporting the hospital district in that expense, because I think they're doing it for the right reasons, and they're doing it within their mission. But I understand what the doctors are saying is that, are we really buying enough time to keep this program alive? So
Before you table, though.
Pardon me? No.
Before you
No.
table,
I'm asking the
Commissioner
hospital
Matas.
district,
Okay,
not
okay.
us. I want to keep ours on the agenda, because I want Johnny to come back and tell us. I'm asking that the hospital district consider, not us, that the hospital district consider tabling this proposal to bring everybody to the table that needs to be at the table, to try to save this program for the long term, not for a short-term fix, but for the long term. Because I still feel as strongly now as I did then, if we don't keep this program for the long term, if we don't keep these doctors in this community for the long term, we will lose them forever. It will be a traumatic effect on this community. We will lose 52 medical professionals in this community. That will hurt the indigent community the most. That will hurt the aging community the most. We can't do that. Statistics show that the indigent go to the emergency rooms more than anyone else does. So we have to keep these emergency doctors here, because this affects the poorest in our community the most. And I appreciate, again, I agree with what these doctors said. I so appreciate, Judge, you setting this committee up. I appreciate the time this court spent. I appreciate Mr. Matas. The hospital district has stepped up. HCA has stepped up. SPON's come back to the table. We're on the right track. we just may need to pivot a little bit. So I'll stop, and I know Commissioner Manas wants to weigh in, and others probably do as well, but I would hope that the hospital district has watched this and will consider this approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And when we talk non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, that's not something that we have entered into. That's something I think that the hospital district has entered into with the SPON system. And I agree with what Commissioner Chesney has said and the amount of time that we have spent. Monday, we spent a significant amount of time here meeting with the committee, which are represented by no fewer than two medical professionals, 2 doctors, 3 members of the Nueces County Health District, 2 members of Commissioners Court, and our community appointee, who has been amazing. Ms. Urban has been Karen. I can already hear her say, call me Karen. Karen has done in helping us connect on this issue. I agree, and that was one of the things that we talked about on Monday. This is our first chance to be able to say it publicly. I was surprised the media wasn't really wanting to get a soundbite Monday after our committee meeting, but this is our first chance, and I agree. And one of the things I said, well, I know, to our doctors, it's sometimes you just got to have to push it to survive another day. That means something. And so we all, I think collectively, all felt, if not unanimously there on Monday, felt that this was not maybe the best plan, right? Because we knew this only really gave us basically a year without still capping ourselves at the end. And I couldn't agree more also. This is not to put one hospital system over the other. There's just priorities, and that's what this all is about. It's not for good, it's not for bad. We need to protect these 52 physicians and those families, those households, those people who are actually living here, and protect them as much as possible. So even though the hospital district's vision and scope is a little bit more limited, because that is with the indigent part of it, we collectively see it as a bigger issue, because this is a countywide, really a coastal Bend issue. This is not just even a Corpus Christi or Nueces County issue. This is the entire coastal Bend. We're talking a big system here in our area that is impacted by some of these decisions. So I would ask for the hospital board as well, and we'll chime in. Hopefully we get some time later on to be able to break away from this court meeting if we're not done in time, and to go share those comments. But hopefully this message gets to our board members there when they make this decision later on to table. So let's regroup again and to push forward to see what solution we can come with. And I agree, if there's a hospital system in place that's ready to say, we'll take this on, then let's move forward. Let's let everybody the time, the energy, the effort, the worries of a stable program. Because once again, like I said, the first meeting when y'all came here, I was thinking we had weeks, months, and years, but it was really hours, days, and weeks, and we're still dealing with that. We're still dealing with that. And so who better to tell that than to our medical community, right, when you're literally dealing in those time frames, if not seconds. So that's what's important to me, is that we get this accomplished, because we know you all are still facing recruiting. Now, I feel that in the end, we hope to have a great ceremony with whoever this is, to kind of announce to the world that we are stable, that we are a secure program, and that we have invested, we as a community, not just Commissioners Court, but the hospital district and everyone else, has committed to long-term medical care. I want to make sure, though, that goes out, blast out to the world, so that all those doctors, when they're looking and weighing, where do I go, that we are still an option for them. I know that's so important for you, and that's one of the things that we have said time and time again that we have met. And so that is important for me. And so I would strongly encourage the hospital district to table this item, to let us regroup once again, and to be able to just have an honest conversation and say, if this is still 5 years down the line, we've punted this ball down basically only a year. That we're still going to be in this mix. We're still going to be with this issue. We even talked about that several times over during our committee meetings. Once again, if that's what we can get for now, we'll take it. But we agree. For the stability of you, for really just to keep you, you may want to say, hey, why would I want to stay here as an instructor, right? And to be able to stay here in a program that may not survive. So it's about keeping the people who are here, not only recruiting as well, but it's all combined together. So I feel that, yes, we should send a strong statement right now to the hospital district that they should delay this vote, table this vote, to allow us to regroup, come back by the end of the week, perhaps by Friday at the latest, and again meet and kind of just get where everyone stands. I think we know where all the parties stand on this, and give spawn an out. If they really don't want it, if we're still going to find this problem within a year or less, then release us collectively, release you, release the program, so that someone else can go and take that over, and that we continue a stable, successful, well-known program for residency. So that's my ask. Thank you, Judge.
Any other commissioners wish to speak on this? Well, thank you all for being here again. I know your time is valuable, and we appreciate everything that you do. Yes. We'll bring this back up. Hopefully, if we're here at 3:30 this afternoon, if they get out of their meeting and can make it over, we'll try to bring it back up.
Do you think we need to make a formal recommendation to them since the agenda item is up? I'm just trying to think how to do this.
You can if you table it.
No, I'm saying do we make a formal recommendation to ask them to consider this approach, not us tabling it,
Ask
but
the hospital district to consider
yeah, just to
that
make an
approach.
official motion in case we can't get over to their meeting today.
You can make that. I can convey to Mr. Hipp when he's available what was said here today also.
Motion, I'll second.
I'm going to try it and see what you think. I mean, Judge, I would make the motion that we make recommendation to the hospital district board to consider tabling their item today to include a new conversation with the hospital district, SPON, HCA, and representatives from the doctors to see if we can come up with a better long-term solution to keep this program in Nueces County.
Second.
What time is our meeting?
1:30.
1:30. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, so we'll let Mr. Hipp know that. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you all very much. Let's hope it works. Now let's pray that it works.
Moving, I'll let y'all clear the room a little bit.
Amen.
I know you have places to go. Just for those in attendance, if you have an item further down the agenda, we will be breaking today at about 11:15 for a recess. There are several of us that are going to attend the State of the Port luncheon. But then we'll be back as soon as that is over, 1:15-ish. And so if you're further, if we don't get to you before then, just an FYI. Item H1, the Nueces County Airport Advisory Board. Precinct 3 had one letter of intent from the incumbent, and that is Robert Gonzalez.
Bobby, Justice Gonzalez?
Yes.
So moved.
And we have a motion to reappoint. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I would need a motion to reopen for applications for precinct 1, 2, and 4. I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reopen for applications because there were none received. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Precinct 1, 2, and 4. The motion passes.
But you got, how about number 2, emergencies?
H2 for the Nueces County Emergency Services District 6. It is a partial term that will expire December the 31st, 2024, and one application was received from Marilyn Morby. Morby. There's only one vacancy, and that was the only application that was received.
Can I?
On
I'm
the
sorry.
airport advisory, yes.
Yeah, there was a yes next to my appointee for Commissioner 4, but I don't know that she was a yes. So I don't know what y'all did. I had to go to the bathroom. I apologize.
We're going to open those back up or bring them
Okay,
back for
okay.
the precinct 1, 2, and 4. Yes.
Okay, right. Then
Only
if-
precinct 3.
If I can be a yes on that, then to
Yes.
bring it back, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And the Nueces County Emergency Services District number 6, there is one vacancy and one applicant. So we have a motion to accept and a second for Marilyn Morby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does any commissioner have any items they wish to pull from the consent agenda for further discussion? I'll give you a second to look through those.
Judge, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
On W, sorry, I just had a quick question on W.
W?
Yes.
Why?
What?
Y? I was going to pull Y too. Any other?
I only had a question on why, just for some clarification,
Wait,
Judge.
yes.
Is there an update? I know this has kind of been a standing
It's not.
item, so.
I think that's
I didn't
why I pulled it too, because I think we're going to move it into the regular agenda. We're continuing to pass this without an update, so it shouldn't be on the consent when we don't pull it out.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, that was the reason I was pulling it as well. So I would accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item W and Y.
So moved.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item W. Did you pull that?
Judge, I just had
Oh, yes.
just a question. It was just, hold on, I'm trying to get to it. My
On the
apologies.
Animal Services Director, when we voted on the Animal Services Director, we interviewed her for Mr. Ramirez's job, and then when we voted on it in court and talked about it, we called her a director. We put director on it, and
Job title.
the job title is manager, not director, so it's just, then everything else stays the same. The pay scale is the same. We just talked about director instead of manager.
Well, okay, the pay scale on the backup seems to go up, but that was my question, was it says she was hired at a pay group 2101, but I don't know, and then it says,
Mr.
and
Soleil,
it
you
should
want
have
to
been
come up?
2701, so that was my
She
question.
was temporary. I think he's going back to the original when we voted on
That's
this
all it
last.
is.
It just changed from that temporary position to the full-time position, but the full-time position is the higher. But
That's
we
all I was-
already did that in the last meeting.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yes. And really,
correct.
Melinda put the pay scale on there, but nothing was changing but the name thing on it, so.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we've already
already
increased her
done
to the
this.
2701. This is just title, even though it talks about the 2701 in here?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. That's fine. Motion to pass.
And it was budgeted at 27, yes.
Yes. Do we have a motion and a second? Did you second that, Commissioner Gonzalez? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I think we already talked about why there is no updates, so we won't have a motion to pass or anything, but we will in the future move that to the regular agenda because we have been passing this as if we have been receiving an update and we have not. So, yeah.
Okay. So moved.
So you just
Second.
tabling it, or I guess
Just tabling it to the, yeah, I guess. I don't guess, is there a motion for that? I don't think we have to have a motion. We're not passing anything.
however you want to do it. What's that?
Well, that's removed from the consent agenda.
We're just going to note it as no action.
No action, and we'll move it ourselves the next time, so.
Yeah, because it said if any, so
Yeah.
I just put it on the way Jenny told me to.
Okay. We are moving on to the regular agenda.
Take a vote?
Do we need a vote? I think you just, a motion to table. Let's just do a table.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Let's make it clean.
Yeah.
Brent had a motion, I'll second to table this. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
And Jenny, you want it on the regular agenda now, is what you're saying?
I think it.
Or
I
we
think
have
the
to
judge
pull
has
it.
a good point. You can do it there. It's an update, if any. There's no action needed.
I just put it on the way Jenny told me to. So
Well-
if y'all want to put it somewhere else, then someone else just, whatever.
I think, Commissioner, it's probably better in a regular agenda, if you got an item or upgrade or something. But sometimes in the consent, we just move and pass our things, and sometimes we don't read everything that we're supposed to read. But anyway, I think it'd be a lot cleaner if we do
I'll just put it on regular, if that's what
agenda.
everybody
If-
wants me to
if
do.
you
I don't.
got something to
Nope, that's
bring
fine.
up with it, I think.
I guess. I just did it the way the county attorney told me to, but if y'all want to do it different, I'm happy to do it that way.
My only thought process was
It's fine.
we are passing an update that we didn't get.
But it says if any.
Yes.
That's why Jenny put the
If
if
you
any.
get one, but it's still, we're passing something we didn't
I'm,
get.
I'm not arguing over it. I did it the way the county attorney told me to. That, if you want me to do it different, Judge, and that's what the court wants, I'm happy to accommodate.
Okay, it has
Okay.
already been done
All
and
in favor?
moved, so we're good.
Yep.
3A1, receive presentation from Barisi Village on proposed tax increment refinance zone, TERS. Heather, yes, hello.
Hi.
I saw you in the back there a while ago.
Yeah,
I knew
yeah.
you were here.
Commissioner Court, hi, Heather Hurlbert. I'm assistant, I'm sorry? Yes, that it will be it. Thank you. I'm assistant city manager with the city of Corpus Christi. What I am presenting to you today is actually what was presented to city council. And it is a briefing on the request made by the developer for the creation of a TERS in support of the Barisi Village project. Let me get my notes out here real fast. So to qualify, so the city council has not made a decision yet. We did meet in executive session yesterday and came out with some direction from city council, and we'll be circling back around with the developer. And like I said, this is not a recommendation from the city, but is the presentation of what has been requested by the developer. So you will see this is, like I said, the redevelopment of the former Faro Valley golf course. It is 127 acres, and as you can see from the map, it is over on the right off of Ennis Jocelyn near the Corpus Christi, the TAMUCC campuses, and it is the former, like I said, the former area that was known as the Faro Valley Golf Course. Next slide, please. So this is a master plan of the community. The development is being proposed to be done in phases. And so moving from the right side of the map to the left side of the map, you see that the majority of the development will be there on that kind of the right central area with canals and lakes and water features moving into where the golf course is. That'll be some future development on that golf course area with nature attributes along with some sports courts and trails in that area. Next slide, please. So the proposed development is a village-type development. It includes plazas, bell towers, wedding chapel, event space. There is a proposed 1,350 multifamily units, a minimum of 350, or a proposed 350 single-family homes, hotel with up to 120 keys, and then up to 200,000 square feet of retail space. There is the public par 3 golf course that, along with the sports courts and the nature preserve. The estimated timeline for the build out of this by the developer is 10 to 12 years. And then at the conclusion of the development, the estimated taxable value is between $800 and $1 billion at completion. Next slide, please. There you go. So looking at the phasing on this, like I said, if you start at the right side of the map, you have phase 1 moving into phase 2 as you move across to the left, then circling back around phase 3, phase 4, and then phase 5. These numbers on the map do represent the investment. We'll go into that a little bit more. Next slide. So what is being proposed is a variety of projects. When you create a TERS, you have a project and financing plan, which then puts forward what the parameters are for what the money can be used for within the TERS. And so what the developer is requesting is reimbursement for ponded canals, structured parking, and that would be structured parking. It would be only the portion of spaces that would be open to the public, which is about an estimated 400 spaces. Landscaping, wayfinding, signage and lighting, traffic and street improvements, parks and fountains, public restrooms, the village-style public plaza and tower, supplemental public safety, nature preserve, golf and walking trails, public sewer, stormwater, and water infrastructure, along with interest expense on capital projects. Next slide, please. So these are the proposed dollar amounts that would be in each of those categories that would be eligible for reimbursement. The total of the project, the public infrastructure facilities and other infrastructure, totals about $59 million is what the estimate of cost is. The developer has asked for an $11 million inflation allowance, along with about a $10.5 million allowance for financing cost and interest. With the TERS, there is always administrative cost. We did include administrative costs of up to $2 million over the 20-year period. This one will be a little bit more administratively heavy just because of the type of projects and going through the receipts when we go through reimbursements and things like that. And so it's a total of almost $83 million worth of reimbursement is what's being requested by the developer. Next slide, please. So then going through the phases, this would be the phase 1, kind of going back to the, looking at that map that kind of went from the right to the left. So this would be the first phase. This does include a wedding chapel along with the hotel and some different spaces there. Next slide, please. And so within phase 1, there is a request of up to about $15.7 million in cost. And what would be accomplished within that first phase would be 345 multifamily units, 120 key room hotel, a restaurant of about 6,000 square feet, a retail space of about 15,000 square feet, and that'd be 2 separate retail spaces, parking garage with 400 spaces. Of that, about 100 would be available for public parking, a cafe of about 1,000 square feet, a chapel of about 6,000 square feet, the plaza area about 5,000 square feet, a 5,000 square feet bell tower, along with 2 lakes and about 5,000 square feet of banquet space. So these are approximate, and the plan may change a little bit as the developer goes along, but this is what is in the original concept plan. Next slide, please. Moving into phase 2, this would have more of the park amenities. Next slide, please. So looking at this, there's about $18.5 million in requested reimbursements or costs associated with this phase. In this phase, there would be an additional 345 multifamily units, 12 sports courts would be developed, 450 spaces in a parking garage. Of that, about 100 would be open to the public, 12,000 square foot clubhouse, 1 lazy river pool, the par 3 golf course, 40 townhomes, a public park, the public walking path, about 6 of those, 4 lakes, and then a 20,000 square foot warehouse. Next slide, please. Moving into phase 3, this is kind of wrapping back around to the, west and down toward the south. Next slide, please. And so with this phase would be about $5.5 million in costs associated with it. There would be the addition of 350 age-restricted living units, 32 single-family lots, 400 spaces for surface parking, 8,000 square feet of community rooms, 2 community gardens, and then 2 waterside boardwalk structures. Next slide. Phase 4. Next slide, please. So a little over $10 million in estimated cost for reimbursement from this phase. Within this phase, there's addition of 330 multifamily units, 32 single-family lots, 450 spaces in the parking garage. Like I said, about 100 of that would be available for public parking. 85 townhomes, 2 community gardens, 2 waterside boardwalk structures, a small grocery store of about 5,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet of office space, 2 community parks, 1 lake, and 2 public walking paths. And then finally, in phase 5, next slide, please. About almost $9.2 million in reimbursable cost. And what would be built within this phase would be 330 multifamily units, 20,000 square feet of retail space, 450 parking spaces in the parking garage, of which about 100 would be open to the public, 85 townhomes, 1 community park, 2 waterside boardwalk structures, a plaza of about 5,000 square feet, and then executive offices of about 5,000 square feet. Next slide, please. And so what is being requested by the developer from the different taxing entities is these are the dollar amounts. The first column there that totals $81 million based off of the modeling, based off of the timelines that they assuming same tax rates. The TERS area would produce about $81 million from the 3 taxing entities. What the request is up to $85 million of reimbursement, with $44 million coming from the City of Corpus Christi, $21 million from Nueces County, and $20 million from Del Mar. In the next column over is the requested contribution. What is being requested is 95% of the increment of the taxes produced by the increment for the first 10 years, stepping down to 75% over the next 5 years, with 50% at the last, and then 3 years, and then finishing out at 25% for the last 2 years of the TERS. That calculates to an average contribution of about 67.8% of the taxes produced by the increment over the 20-year period. Next slide, please. So looking at the estimated captured values, the county is in the middle column there, or is of the 3 columns. And so looking at 100% tax revenue based off of the build-out schedule along with the assumed taxable values, the increment that will be created by the development over the 20-year period is about $29.4 million. What is being requested to be contributed is about $19 or about $20 million of that, which would allow for about $9.5 million to go into the general fund for general operations within the county. Next slide, please. So that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions on the TERS portion of it, and I believe the developers are here to answer any specific questions on the actual development part.
Do we have any questions?
Heather, can I,
Go
Judge,
ahead.
I'm sorry, can I?
Yes.
Apologize. Heather, thanks again for being flexible today. We had you in the morning, we had you in the afternoon, we had you back in the morning. We appreciate that in doing all that, and that was because we were trying to deal with this issue, and I know that, anyway, I appreciate you accommodating that. That ER issue is a pretty pressing issue for us.
Yes.
So did the direction that you got from the council, was that public direction or was that private direction?
It was private direction. There's several points of subjects that need to be negotiated with the developer from their original proposal. So
at this point, you're not able or willing to tell us what those points are because it's private discussion, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I guess I can tell you general is about some of the aspects that they're asking for reimbursement. So there's a couple of things that the council would choose is not wanting to move forward with as far as reimbursement. So I need to discuss that with the developer.
Okay. So in general, that's a general kind of.
Yes.
That's, and you know, that happens a lot. People
Yes.
ask for things, and that's why negotiations
Exactly.
occur, right? So overall, what is your impression of this proposal from a financial standpoint for the city? And obviously, we're just, the judge and I met with Mr. Blackard, I don't know, 3 months ago, or I can't even remember when it was. Time flies, and we kind of went through this, but this is the first time that we've seen it again in a while.
Sure.
And so, and this also, some of this falls, as Commissioner Mott has told me, I think a piece of this falls in his precinct that I was not aware of, so I apologize for that. But we couldn't have 3 in the meeting anyway. And, So what's your overall impression of the financial ask on this from the city's perspective?
From the city's perspective, I mean, this is a larger ask than we've had in any other of our TERSs. The contribution amounts are more than what we have contributed before. Some of the projects are not in line with some of the things that we've reimbursed for. That was kind of the point of the conversation yesterday with City Council, and that's where we're going back and we'll be talking with the developer about some of that. This is an area that does need to be redeveloped. It is a great redevelopment process. I think like I said, we're just going to walk through some of the asks, and like you said, it is a negotiation process.
So did I hear that this was going to be not a city TERS, but a developer TERS? Or is that?
It'll still be a city TERS, but it is a developer requested TERS. So the difference between that is that your board structure is a little bit different, and this is the developer coming forward with an ask. TERS number 5, which was the Bohemian Colony, was a developer-initiated TERS versus a city-initiated TERS. And so it is, and a lot of times with that, it is for one project, not multiple projects. Like if you look at TERS number 2, we've got multiple different things going on. The developer-initiated TERS are asked for by the TERS, and they are only focused on one area. And then we normally have just one developer agreement, which would be with that developer.
So the board makeup would not be necessarily council members and county commissioners like it is now with some of the other TERSs?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a different board composition. It's primarily of the, it is not by taxing entity. It is more by ownership of the land. And then they can appoint other, it's a little bit different composition, but it's more by ownership.
But how does that work, though, how does it work when you get the reimbursement, though? The board would approve the reimbursement?
It would still have to come. So City Council still is in control of the TERS funding, and is still in control of the tax increment zone. Just like with our other TERS, we have a board that makes recommendations to the City Council.
Right.
And then the county and then any other taxing entity participates with the TERS through an interlocal agreement of an amount equal to what those taxes are that are produced. So the TERS zone will still be controlled by the City Council. Because City Council makes up a lot of our TERS boards, or primarily, there's a lot of members from City Council, like TERS 3, TERS 2, TERS 4. A lot of those decisions then don't have to necessarily go back to council, like for developer agreements and things like that, because we already have the council sitting on those boards. This would be totally different. So it would be kind of like how our Type A boards or Type B boards, where you have people who are not council, they make a recommendation, but it still has to go to council for approval. So that's how it would work.
So I think it's a phenomenal project, and I'm happy to see it's coming to fruition. I know Jeff's been working on this for about a decade. I didn't have gray hair when Jeff started working on this, and so I'm glad to see this, and I think we heard this when Commissioner Waters were back on the council, so it's exciting to see it. The question I have, too, on the formation is, how could we, being the TERS expert that you are, because it's a big ask when County and Del Mar are in there, and it's our money going in, but we don't really have the final say. So how could it be structured? Because, it's not we're putting in a lot too, if we choose to do this or on any TERS, but yet if it's a council started one or city or developer one to the city, then the city's the final say, and we're kind of left out even when we're putting in all this money. So what kind of structure is available on these kind of things to where we have some final say, not just board recommendations?
Sure. No, I'm not a lawyer. I'll put that qualifier out there. And so we'd have to talk with our legal counsel. There may be ways through the interlocal agreement, because the county does participate through the interlocal agreement. And so there may be ways that we could put qualifiers within that interlocal agreement to say, you know what, we would only be willing to reimburse for these type of things or be considered for this type of things. You can cap your participation through that. That's what I can think of right now. But like I said, there are people who are much more versed in law that may have other suggestions on how that might be able to be participating in.
Obviously, we don't make decisions today because it's just a presentation so that everybody can digest and go back and do their stuff. But that's something that's, Jenny, that I'm going to point to you on, that I'm really interested in. Any TERS that come forward going forward, I think we ought to have more say, because we're putting a lot of money in this thing. So I don't know how that works legally or what the vehicle is, but if you can, look into some of that, and it may not, I don't know what the court's going to do on this TERS, but just in any TERS that we are looking at, because they're going to come up, and that Bohemian was an example. I think I'm not sure if we participated in that one or not. I think we did. Yes. And yet I bet we didn't have that final say in that one either. So it just kind of actually just popped into my mind as I'm sitting here today going, it's great to be on that TERS board that I'm on, but I don't have final say, but the county's putting a lot of money in. So I think we ought to have participation in the final say. It's not that I don't trust my friends at the city council, but it's the county's money, so we ought to be in on it. So I'd really like to pursue that. And then, so that's all I have for Heather, but thank you very much for accommodating us today.
No
and thank you, Judge. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Oh, Heather, sorry.
Don't leave.
It's good to see you.
Yes.
So we were talking about this before court started, and actually everything west of Nile is in my precinct. So basically just the golf course, not any of the living or the other aspects of it, but a significant part. And I'm excited. I've been a personal fan about this. I know that there's been constituents on the dividing line between Precinct 4 and Precinct 3 as far as there's a mixed feelings, initially, right? Hopefully that's worked through over these years that this project has kind of been presented publicly. But, the idea of having a golf course, I think, is great. I mean, that was what the initial creation of that was. That was really a great draw. And to be able to see it kind of redesigned, incorporated, a smaller scope, which I think that's what most golf courses are trying to do nowadays, like an executive course, maybe. That complements, I think, a great part of the living center that you're trying to establish here. So, for me, I agree with what Commissioner Chesney was saying as far as, if we can find a way that we can be represented, right, and have that representation there, I think that would be important. Like I told him, I said, I'm good with, with in general what this concept is, but like I said, I just know in the past that there's been some pushback, and so it'll be the residents that will be surrounding that golf course that I'm ultimately responsible for. Of course, all the residents in the county, but especially those, I'm sure, will be the ones that I will hear from. I haven't to this point. I know it's been focused mainly on City Council, but now with this presentation, I'm sure that it will. So just know that, you have two partners who are almost equally represented, although the living component will be in Precinct 4, but that other significant part is there in my precinct. So, Mr. Blackard, I was thinking, how many years ago was it that you set the cornerstone right over here? And it's exciting. I mean, every time we drive by to see the lighthouse, to see the work that's being done out there, all the work that you've committed to this community, I mean, it speaks volumes of these are not just pie in the sky ideas or a developer that is only providing promises but not delivering. I mean, you've done that. You've shown that already in other projects, not just that one, but throughout our community. And so that's what gives me, I think, a sense of hope and anticipation with this, so that if the finances can work out, that this would be an excellent addition to really fixing up a really once vibrant area. There's have a lot of family and friends who live in that general area, so we visit that part of town quite often. And so I know this will be a big surge of attention and focus on more people wanting to move, develop, rebuild the subdivisions that are surrounding that area. So it's going to capitalize not only for your property, your investment, but obviously all the areas around. And then seeing my alma mater on there, the Momentum campus, that's a big part of just the growth. And I mean, every time I drive down East Jocelyn, I love what the city has done with the road itself. I mean, just all the development, all the small businesses, all the living that's being done there, where before, when I was going to school, it was just pretty much East Jocelyn. That was it. It's an empty, boring drive to get to the university, and now it's really picking up. So this is just another part of connecting that area, revitalizing that area that we once had. And so, I'm wanting to hear and learn more about it. So whenever you have a chance, give me a call. You have my information. Let me know. But I like the initial push of this, and so I know there'll still be some talk that we'll need to have and some discussions. But overall, very supportive of this concept. So thank you.
Any other commissioners wish to speak? The one thing that, from someone new and not doing these before
Sure.
and being new to this, and for constituents that are possibly watching or anything, the one thing that I would like to see on a presentation like this is the developer's investment too, not just the money they're asking for the TERS. I think people don't see that it's a substantial investment making into our community too. And I think that helps us in this, and the project, and the community too. So, thanks. I think we're good. Thank you.
Judge, may I didn't know
Yes,
if
go ahead.
the developer wanted to speak or not.
You're more than welcome to if you would like to speak.
He said, not really.
You didn't sound too excited about
He
it.
said,
but-
not really.
You don't have to.
Turn the microphone up.
Didn't want you to come all the way down here and
You're
not
kind
have
of tall.
Jeff Blackard, 401 Adriatic Parkway, McKinney.
There, yeah, now bend down.
No, unless the rest of the commission wants to see it. It seems like I've been here
We've
for
already
10
seen the-
I've been here
yeah,
for 10
yeah.
years, you know.
Mhm.
So I don't want to belay today. But if anybody has any questions, I will say
Just appreciate you being here.
we understand what Heather wants, and she's a blessing to the city.
Yes.
Because she has went through this TERS, which is very complicated. It's not like your typical TERS. I mean, it's a big TERS. And as you know, back to your question, we are predicting what we're building and the timing that we're predicting and what we're spending the cost for the next 10 years for approximately $1 billion. So I understand the control thing, and we'll figure that out with her. You know, if we get off that, then you should be able to jump in and control if we want to spend money a different way. So I agree with that. And we already kind of know what the city's coming back with on their comments, which we agree with. We're just trying to get some wordage correctly. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your commitment to this progress or this process. Let's just figure out how to get it done. Hopefully, it's a great concept.
Okay, moving on to item number 3, discuss and consider accepting a $50,000 supplemental stipend from the hospital district. I think they do this.
So move.
We have a motion and a second to accept this. Any other discussion? I have one question. I know there was one that was changing the level of pay, but I think they took that back and doing it just as a supplement as well.
Which one are you?
Changing the pay scale, wasn't that in one of our emails about that?
This one is only covering, it's not a change in pay scale.
Okay, the one they had earlier that we talked about for Mary Esther.
That one is not
That was
addressed
not,
in
that's
this.
not addressed in this one. Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider allocating $20,000 to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Antonio Garcia Arts and Education Center from Special Revenue Funds, Capital Credit Administration, Department 1379. I think that's the same monies we used for our other contributions last time, that we still had a balance on there.
And just a question, they do economic development at Antonio Arts and Education Center? I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
I didn't know they did economic development either.
I think they do it every day. Esparza, you want to speak?
Oh, yes, please.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. And it is very cold in here.
Thank you. I knew it wasn't just me.
I'm not cold.
I know, but I just don't know what's blowing on me from. I'm not complaining. Go ahead. I'm usually hot, so it's fine.
So I've defined, I feel that economic development is ties into the standard of living, to the academic level that others reach. And so the justification for receiving funds for economic development for the Garcia Center is based on a comprehensive approach to community improvement, education, and overall well-being. I've broken it down to include education and adult learning, The Garcia Center is actively involved in adult learning, education, English as a second language. Investing in adult education contributes to a more skilled and capable workforce, which is essential for economic development. The funding would support the expansion and improvement of adult education. We also have after-school programming there for elementary-age students that addresses educational gaps and focuses on literacy, math, social studies, and other essential skills. This also directly contributes to the development of well-educated and capable future workforce. Funding can enhance and expand the after-school programs, ensuring a greater impact on student success and academic achievement. Mental health awareness. The Garcia Center places a strong emphasis on mental health resources and awareness, recognizing the crucial role mental well-being plays in overall development. Funds would support mental health initiatives, providing resources and services that contributes to a healthier and more resilient community. Community partnerships is a big part of the Garcia Center. The center collaborates with community partners, demonstrating a collective effort to address educational and societal challenges. Funding would strengthen and expand these partnerships, creating a more interconnected and supported community. Currently, we have several events that we plan throughout the year where over 30 to 40 vendors are allowed to participate, so they could demonstrate what resources they could bring to the community. And we usually have a house full of vendors at that time. Cultural activities and events. The Garcia Center organizes events celebrating life and culture, attracting numerous vendors, like I said before. These events contribute to community cohesion and well-being, and funds would also support the organization of these events, ensuring they continue to provide valuable resources. We also have a social entrepreneurship program at the center. We are developing programs for middle schoolers and their parents. This fosters creativity and problem-solving skills. This program prepares the next generation with the skills needed for economic innovation and development. Funding would also enable us to expand the program and improve the program, reaching more students and making a greater impact on the entrepreneurial skills. We're also developing a program that's going to offer STEM education for adults. Planning to bring STEM adult education to the center demonstrates a commitment to equipping parents with the skills necessary for a rapidly evolving job market. Funds would support the development and implementation of adult STEM programs, contributing to the economic empowerment of families. And one of the reasons we're doing this is because several times we're bringing STEM to the children. So what we're trying to attempt is let's bring it to the parents so they could understand what's happening in the schools, what their children are getting taught, and also so they could empower themselves and their families at home. We have a program that we're currently working on. It's called the iPad Applications Training. We're offering training on educational applications for parents, encouraging learning at home, creating a supportive environment for children's education. Funding would be utilized for the implementation of training programs, ensuring parents have the necessary tools to support their children's education. Overall support for training, programming, and mentorship. Funds would be used to support ongoing training, programs, educational initiatives, and mentorship opportunities, creating comprehensive support system for individuals and families in the community. In summary, the Antonio Garcia Arts and Education Center request for funding is grounded in a holistic approach to community developed education and well-being. The allocation of funds to these areas will contribute to the economic development of the community by fostering education, skills development, and overall community resilience.
Judge, I think on this one, that was a great presentation, but I did look on this, and actually one of the categories is for the encouragement, promotion, improvements, and application of the arts. So quite frankly, I think they qualify under that one. I don't know what they do on the economic development, but I think they qualify under this one. That was a great presentation, but
it was.
Everybody could say
I
that
make
one.
the motion to pass.
Yeah, I'd pass it based, but I would like to make the motion passed on the fact that it's based on the encouragement, promotion, improvement, and application of the arts, and that's definitely one of the qualifications for this.
Oh,
so
we definitely, if you visit our
that
center.
One I got, yeah, that one's a no-brainer.
Yes.
No, you're,
Okay.
yeah, that was a no-brainer for me. So that's have motion under
I have
that.
a motion and a
Excuse me,
second.
Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize. I don't know how this got away from me, but if I may, or do I need to put it on the next agenda, that I would also like to give some money?
Yeah, we need to, can you hear? Yeah.
You can.
You can add
It's-
here,
it's-
if it's on this thing,
Yeah.
yes, it's already on the agenda if you would like to.
I can't.
Teresa, do I have my special revenue funds that I can get that money from?
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
How much, you want to make a motion for that?
Yes, I do. I want to
Well,
make a
let's
motion.
pass
Oh,
this one
sorry, my bad,
first.
my bad,
We have
my
a
bad,
motion
my bad,
and a
my bad,
second
my bad,
to
my bad.
pass. We have a motion and a second. All
My bad.
those in favor?
Sorry.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Commissioner Hernandez, now would you like to make the
I
motion?
want to give another $20,000 from my special revenue fund.
Thank you so much. The community
That's a
very
s-
much
I'll
appreciates it, yes.
Second his motion.
Do we need to do separate, or
If
can we lump it
you're
all
wanting to do
together,
more
or-
too.
Yeah, I'd
It's-
like to put in 5.
Is this all separate special revenue? Is this coming out of this fund that's all of the commissioners? Can't we just do this as a joint commissioners
No,
deal?
but they're coming out of their special revenue.
The 20,000 would come from the capital credits, and then it would be the individual special
Individuals,
revenue.
okay.
Right.
Special
So
revenue.
Okay,
you
then
are-
we need to do separate,
5,000
yes.
from my individual special revenue fund.
So is that part of the the motion with?
I can do that separate, or I don't know what.
Do
procedurally
20,000 from Commissioner Hernandez and
That's correct.
5,000 from Commissioner
And
Mottas.
I'll let him change his, I'll let him
To be
second the
the
motion.
second,
Yeah,
since
you
you
be
are
the second
doing
since
it.
it's y'all's money.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and thank you. I have been
Thank-
over there. It's a beautiful building. Y'all do great
Well,
work.
thank you
Yes.
for everything y'all do over there. Y'all have come a long ways.
Absolutely.
You know, and last year, in fact, Commissioner Hernandez and I were there with Chenier doing a gardening.
The garden, yes.
With the kids, and you know, that's economic development. Yeah.
Wait, did he kill the garden? I mean, is the garden still alive after they left? I'm
We had
just-
some good cucumbers.
Definitely, we are thriving. You walk in there, and it truly looks like a community's art center, and the community is actually empowering what changes and what's getting done at the center. So I'm very happy to accept this funding. I'm very happy that you all are encourage us and support us to better our West Side community.
And this is really Commissioner Hernandez's area, so.
Yes.
Yes, it is, and I appreciate what you all do with the young people and the parents, get them all involved. That just tells us that our community is going the right direction in that area, because some of these kids do need all this guidance and
Yes.
need to have the parents involved. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you so
for
much.
being here, too.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Huh?
Esmeralda? Antonio Garcia Art Center?
Esmeralda Terán.
Sorry, I can't talk that loud. Item number 5, discuss and consider approval and execution of a license agreement between Nueces County and the Texas Department of Transportation regarding the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector's Appointment, Limited Services Duties, Deputies for Motor Vehicle Registration. And this is at the request of TxDOT. They are doing this all over the state. It will help clear out people from our lobby, and the county makes $0 on these transactions for the TxDOT, and they will be taking care of their own now. So
They're going to be here? They're going to
They-
house here?
they will be doing them at TxDOT. No, they won't do them here. They'll take care of their fleet of vehicles. So I would make the motion to pass this. I did talk to Kevin Kieschnick, and he couldn't be here. He was out of town at a training. So we have a motion and a second to pass or approve this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, discuss and consider approval of an amendment to dune protection permit.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 7, discuss and consider approval of another dune protection permit.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 8, receive an update by Grant Works on Nueces County CDBG MIT mod applications.
Hi,
Natalie, how
good
are you?
morning. Very good. Happy to be here. Natalie Gonzalez with GrantWorks. So just a brief update on this agenda item and kind of where we are with things is we have received most of a lot of the revisions on the maps and budgets that we've been working with the different various engineers on for the various projects. Provided is a list of the projects that were submitted with the original application in February. There are going to be quite a few changes to some of those scopes that were originally submitted. And that's going to also affect some of the allocations, or not the distribution of funds on the individual projects within each precinct. So it's not going to change the allocations each precinct has to work with. It's just how they've moved and arranged the funds for some of their projects. And those, what we're liking to do is set up meetings with each of the commissioners and your engineers so that we can sit down one-on-one with you guys and review those maps and budgets of where we are, how they affect the total overall master budget for the program, and make some decisions based on those conversations. As a result of having to, does anybody have any questions right now before I move forward?
I did. If
Go ahead.
It's more, though, for you, Judge. I'd heard through the grapevine that there might be an issue on that breakwater project at
Yes,
Lexington.
we haven't heard back from them, but we gave them a deadline to see, and I haven't met with them again about that. It was supposed to be the 1st of November.
First
I
of
think first of
November.
middle of first, so it should be any time we need to set up another meeting with them. They were waiting on another grant request that would allow them to do the project. Otherwise, they would not have the funding to move forward. So.
That's correct.
Yes,
ma'am.
but in that meeting, we also talked about, we're not talking about withdrawing these and resubmitting. Is that not where, I know I was in on several calls about this. Yes.
So the other side of this is to also highlight a recommendation that we have made to the court and to the county, and that is at this point, because we have gotten far enough into looking at what these projects are going to look like and how they're going to need to change so much, it is best to withdraw the application that was originally submitted so that we can resubmit the projects. It is really a logistical thing at this point because the GLO is not going to be able to review the application as it was submitted because we're no longer talking about the same projects in the same scope anymore. They've changed. So it is going to need to be resubmitted. So that's our recommendation. It doesn't change the timeline in terms of where we are today and the progress we've made. We will continue to move forward and push forward to bring the application together. What it will do is eliminate the RFI, the looming RFI deadlines that we've been sort of dealing with. They will give us a new submission deadline, and they will work with us at selecting a date. That's what we've been told, that they would work with us to select a date that is reasonable, considering multiple factors, as well as upcoming holidays, which we know tend to sort of slow things down. So that's our recommendation to the county at this point. It doesn't affect your allocation to the county.
The amount does not change. The allocation would not change
That's
in
correct.
any of this. So that was my recommendation after the phone calls that we were on as well. So it would be, my recommendation today is that we have a motion to withdraw the application, and then I would accept another motion to resubmit.
And so,
yeah.
and just discussion, and so tell me what that does as far as doesn't put our funds in jeopardy, because so that, again, as you said, so people watching,
Yes.
that's a big deal. It's a big amount of money.
Correct.
Yes.
$31 million, if I remember right, or something of that nature. So it doesn't put those funds in jeopardy. We're not in danger of losing it. It's just a logistical matter that we're having to resubmit because the projects have changed in scope and changed in design, and so they can't approve those without a new application.
That's absolutely correct.
Right. So again, because I know how there's a lot of haters in this world that'll start
Sure.
saying, "Oh, we've messed up and we're going to lose this money," and that's not the case.
That's correct. That's not the case. There's no foul up. You are not going to lose your original allocation of, I think it was the $31.2 million that
Right.
was set. It doesn't change any of that. It is just logistical in nature because scopes have changed.
And then when we do that reapplication, we'll have to, you're going to sit down with us, because I know some of our projects had some, had some things that needed to be tweaked.
Correct.
I can't remember if any of mine, those were mine, but I know there were some.
There
and
may be, yes.
There may be, okay. And
I'm changing some of mine.
You're changing,
Yeah.
yeah. And then.
And then mine will probably change as well if that, and we will
Okay.
know. So it will just be a lot cleaner this way, so.
But again, I think it's important to note that, Judge, because.
Won't change the money or anything, yes.
And on your project, because that was a project that all of the court was supportive of, because we felt like it was a super important project, and there was some, debate over that too. But what I had heard was, because it was not potentially going to complete a project or something like that, it might not be funding that could be used for that. I don't know if that's right, because nobody wants to pull that money away. We want that project to go forward. We like that project, but there's some logistical problems potentially with that. And again, I'm just kind of
We
hearing.
had a meeting with them, and they're aware. We were waiting until they heard from their their request that they had. Yes.
So no problems, no issues. This is all logistical. Money is
correct.
still intact.
That's
We are
correct.
still 100% going forward.
Yes.
Hallelujah, amen. Okay.
That's right.
Got it. All right.
And,
Take it a little
and
longer.
GrantWorks will
Yeah,
help
that's okay.
produce, if it's approved today by the court and agreed to, then what GrantWorks will do is help you draft a template letter response to General Land Office so that y'all can move
We have
forward in that
a
direction.
motion and a second to withdraw our application
And resubmit.
and resubmit. But do we have to do that as a separate motion or what? Yeah. Okay, a motion and a second to withdraw and resubmit our applications. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your time and efforts on this, working with us, and I know you will be meeting with us again to do this. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Judge. Thanks, Court.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
I am going to skip ahead to 3C2 so that Scott Cross can get in here his other item. I'm sorry, I didn't see that earlier.
Thank you.
Yes, discuss and consider conditional selection for engineering services for Padre Valle and IB McGee.
3C.
3C2 under purchasing for Scott Cross. And this is out of your Restore Act funding?
Yeah, it's grant funded, and we've already gone through the RFQ, the scoring process. Myself, a board member, and Juan with Public Works, and we were unanimous on who we selected. We only got 2 respondents, and this one was far more qualified to do this kind of work on a barrier island. There's a lot of things that people don't realize when you're building and constructing out there that you really have to pay attention to. So this will be a good one.
Motion to pass, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you.
You want to move my other one up
Yeah. Do you have another one?
in HR?
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's right.
Go to that. You're really pushing your luck there, Scott.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass E2.
E2. Oh, the Go Mesa, yes.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a
Sorry, Judge.
second to pass E2, then,
Who was selected?
who was the engineer that was
Land.
selected?
Land, Lockwood
Land.
Andrews and Newman?
Yep.
I think
Sorry, it's in our packet, you didn't see it, yes. But we have a motion and a second to pass item E2 for the reclassification of natural resources manager position. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
I'm sorry, what is it?
It's the reclassification of natural resources manager position. It's funded in Go Mesa Funds,
Oh, okay,
Department
sorry.
1307. So
And it was funded from
Yes,
that fund
funded,
before.
yes.
And so it's no fiscal impact to my budget or the county's budget.
Well, actually, it's a savings.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank
Is
you
that
for
all
letting me
you
press
have?
my luck.
Okay. We have about 10 minutes on item 3A9. Lulu, can you do that
Yeah,
about
it's gonna take a while.
10 minutes? Or is that one going to be a while? Do we need, it'll probably be a while,
Cut the
so.
part. Did you bring the
yes.
PowerPoint?
Oh, you have a PowerPoint, so,
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. It would be after lunch.
Okay. Then I would,
Oh, my gosh. Cold, man. I don't know what
Grant
to do with
Works is Natalie
10,
still,
we're
are
going
you
to
doing,
table.
let's do number 10 then?
We're going to table that one. Michael,
Oh, you want a motion
Michael?
to table?
we're going to table number 10, right?
Oh, that's right. Yes, motion to table and purchasing, we'll bring that back.
To the next meeting.
I have I'll second that to the next meeting. We have a motion to table till this next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
November 29th, yes. Let me see if there's any other quick
Who
things.
seconded?
The judge.
I did. He motioned, it was his, and I seconded it.
She needed it.
Number 11, what's wrong, number 11?
We can do number 11, yes. Discuss and consider the selection of appointee to place 5 on the Nueces County Appraisal District. We had 2 applicants, a letter of intent from Gabrielle Hillpold and a application from Chad McGill to the Nueces County Appraisal Board.
You got 2 vacancies, you said?
No, I would.
It's only one.
I'd motion to reappoint Gabrielle Hillpold. She's been our appointee for a long time, done a really good job.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint Gabrielle. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. And the other applicant was outstanding too, but our current applicant has, I think, done well, in my opinion.
I do not know this Gabrielle, so I
Chad's always been
wouldn't
on
have a
top of
clue.
things, man. He's always,
Huh?
Chad's always been on top of things, though. You know, he's always got,
I
he's on
I
top of
kind of like
everything. that's-
Chad, yeah. I've never met Gabrielle, so I can't say anything about her. I'm new here, so
I've
if
never
that's what
seen
you're.
her. I don't know either. I mean, I've been here for a long time. I don't know who she is.
I think at this point, we're probably, instead of hopping around, we're going to go ahead and recess, and we will be back.
Judge,
Want to do number 12
I
real
think,
quick?
yeah, 12's easy, and then Commissioner Modas was going to amend something, I think, too, before.
Okay. Item 12, discuss and consider allocating $150,537 additional ARPA, and that is your ARPA funds.
That is, that was a, we had to move, that. This was a, Judge, I'd move past the passage. This was we just had to move it around because of we had to split out we had to use ARPA funds for one thing, and we had to use
I met with Edward. He
COs
showed
for
me
other
all of
things,
that.
right? So
Yes,
it's just a
yes, you're
administrative deal. It's all out of my funding.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
Mine's just
Commissioner Modas, you had something you wanted to adjust or something?
Yes, on the hospital item earlier, and the rest of the court may be interested in it. When we've met with the committee.
3A2?
3A2, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Commissioner Chesney and I had mentioned possibility of using ARPA funding, a portion of our ARPA funding, to help in the assistance of transferring over or assisting the residency program. And so I wanted to make sure that we are included in that motion so that we are able to help contribute to that. I mean, this is an ongoing issue. It's not going to be resolved overnight, but that's something that we have committed to. And I just wanted to make that into a motion or to amend it so that we are included in that for future discussions. I don't have a dollar amount. Did you, Commissioner?
What's that?
Did you have a specific dollar amount, or?
Well, I think it was, I don't know where the negotiations are going to go. Ours would just be for limited purposes in case they need to know where some funds might be. So I would second that just to.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sure.
I really don't think you can use the ARPA funds for salaries.
Lulu's here.
doctors.
Let's ask her.
I need to look at the requirements.
Right, we do too.
Before we can,
We need to go vet it. We didn't know this was
first.
coming until today, so we're just trying to make sure we
Well, and I think you
stay
don't make a
engaged.
motion until you have an amount that you want to transfer, and if it's your funds, as long as it's allowable.
Right, I think he's just saying we just want to be able to stay involved with the group that we've been engaged in case they need those funds and in case they're good to go, but
Right.
the majority of
Only
it.
if it clears, right, yeah. It's not to say there's anything allocated or that we're agreeing to a specific amount today. It's just that.
Right. We don't know if it'll work.
There's
It's-
options
I would-
there, and maybe everyone
No,
else
I
may
get it.
want to if it does
Be real
clear,
careful with that.
that we may all want to contribute to that, but so just to put Lulu and the others on notice, just to start
Check into
exploring
that
that
and
for
see
us,
if it's,
yes.
how we could
There's
go
some
about it.
build out, some stuff like that might work.
Okay.
We don't know yet.
I'd just like to make that as an amendment to the motion.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, and you have to use indigent.
clear, or is
Yes.
the
Can you
intent
go back
okay, or
to
do we have
that?
to
It's just
vote
to
on
add
that?
us.
Did
It's
you
just-
make it
yeah.
just that we might possibly use?
Just add us to that process. That's it. Just add us to the original motion. That was it.
3A2.
2 to that group.
Judge, could we do item 13? It's similar to.
Wait, we got to vote on this. Hold on, Edward.
You have to vote on this?
He made a motion, I seconded, to add us to that group.
Just to add
The li-
you to the negotiating group?
Right, for the limited purposes
Yeah, I
of
thought
it.
y'all were already on there with our.
Well, I just didn't make it as part of
Look,
my.
you are.
Hey.
We were, but we just didn't make it as part of the motion.
Okay, we have a
originally.
motion and a second to add Commissioner Modas and Commissioner Chesney to the group that is negotiating with the hospital district to continue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Is that, are we doing it, is that for us to be a negotiating team for either side?
And your microphone, please. They can't. Yeah, sorry.
For us to be a negotiating team on either side? I mean, I'm just,
It's a whole group.
There,
think
what
you were
is the
excluded
goal
anyway.
and what is your question? There,
The original motion was to include the Nueces County Hospital District, SPAWN, HCA, the doctors, and then got left out to include the county, who has been involved in this since the beginning, because this is now evolving into not just something between the hospital district and SPAWN. It is to include HCA, which we have to be involved because SPAWN doesn't have a relationship contractual with HCA. So Johnny said if HCA is going to be involved, then we need to be involved, is what we were told in our meeting. So it was just clarifying a motion that I left us out the
Two of
first
them
time.
are still on it.
but I think to be involved is, in the committee is different than being involved in negotiations. We don't have a contract with SPAWN. We don't have a contract with the ACA. We don't have I mean, I'm saying, I just want to make sure that we're going to, when you say negotiations, to me, is that you're going to be out there wheeling and dealing for monies, you know.
well, they're still not committing
Right.
anything.
We don't know if anybody's going to do anything.
I think they're going to be
This is
bringing
just the-
proposals, was my
No,
understanding.
I agree. I mean, I don't know if SPAWN will even come to the table on this or not. We don't know. I would hope they would, and because this is a good effort that we're all just trying to keep the community, but we as a county may have to participate financially to do that, and if we're not there, then we can't have it. That's all. It's.
Just including you as you have been in all the meetings before. So
And just
they
to
don't
add us
try
to that
explain
original
it.
motion. That's it.
Yes.
Just that we have a voice, and it still has to come to the court, which is
Right.
be
Yeah.
able to
We're just
advocate
there.
on
We
the
have to
county's
bring everything
behalf.
back to
Yeah.
y'all.
Right.
No, I just want to make sure we're.
Yeah. Just like we. Yeah.
I want to vote for something, but I want to make
No, I hear you.
Edward wants us to try to do item number 13 real quick. This will be the last one we get to before we
Oh, yeah,
break.
mine's simple.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. This is Commissioner Gonzalez's allocation anyway. I guess you'll second your motion.
I'll second it, sure.
All those in favor? We have one motion to unallocate the funds and then another motion to reallocate those funds to this list. So
We have to do two separate.
I was just doing it one motion, but if you want to
Is that
separate,
okay? Yeah.
fine with me if it's okay with you, Judge.
yeah, well, you want to?
Just one, but.
Just one to do it?
unallocate to
Okay.
reallocate.
We have a motion to unallocate and reallocate to those other projects listed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Did you have something that we were not doing?
Well, we haven't done it yet. It's the solid waste collection and disposal service. We have, some of the proposers are actually here in the audience. They've been waiting for this item, and Juan is prepared to support the recommendation.
What number is
This
that
is
one?
item 3C3.
I think this
gotta
is
get
going to
out.
take a while, sorry.
I think this one might not be
This
as
is going to be,
quick. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but this is going to take some
Yeah.
discussion. I've got a lot of questions on that one.
Okay, sure. I just
I'm
wanted
just
to
being
offer
honest.
that up.
Exactly. So it is 11:10. We are at recess.
Judge, sorry, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
There was another, the animal services order looks pretty easy. Just, I mean, no? You don't
Let's
think
just
so?
go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to get, I mean, we're,
I think that are y'all, has
think we're 20
everybody had
minutes.
time to look at it? Which one is that one?
that's just the one that y'all amended, the simple animal services control
Policy.
Oh,
policy.
yes,
where
that
we-
came through
Yeah, that
the-
was, yeah, and we weren't supposed to adjourn until 11:30, so I mean, I don't think that'll take long, but it looked pretty clean to me.
Okay. Which
I mean,
number is it?
It's number 16, Judge.
3A16.
I was just going to make a quick motion to pass
Make a
it.
quick motion then, that sounds
I'm
good.
making a quick motion
On
to
Item 16, discuss and consider ratification of the Animal Services Order and all related matters.
I would make a motion to pass the red line diversion submitted to the court as passed.
Motion to accept and adopt the order
Accept,
with
yep.
the amendments. Yes.
That's a better way of saying it, Judge.
Thank you.
I'll second your better motion. How
All
about
those
that?
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the other motion that I had and request was possibly,
16, Joe.
in the order, it says that the Commissioners Court will appoint the chair of that
Mm-hmm.
committee. And the one suggestion I have is appointing Kendall as the chair because it is a
Great suggestion.
non-voting member, and that gives her more access and involvement in that since it's her department over there.
I don't agree we should appoint the chair. I mean, it's only for 3 meetings a year, so why should we appoint the chair?
Well,
Why should
it's a
we appoint the
non-voting
chair?
Because it's a
member anyway,
non-voting
so
member.
it's,
I mean, I don't know. I just, for an advisory board, they only meet 3 times a year. We gotta appoint the chair. I mean, that doesn't make it.
well, we can leave that one off then. That was just my other
I liked it,
notes.
actually. I
Yeah.
thought it was good, but, I mean, we could vote that one separately if you want to. I didn't think that was, I thought that was a pretty good, I didn't make it, so for the record, but I thought it was a good suggestion.
I had
It's not my
several
suggestion,
meetings
it's not
with
my
her,
order.
and I think she has a little bit of difficulty, and it was, Kendall had suggested her possibly being a member of that. I didn't like her being the director, manager, we keep saying director, that's the wrong thing, sorry, Mr. Soleil.
Manager.
Yes, the manager and having control, but being a non-voting chairman of it, made more sense to me that possibly she should be that position.
Since it's non-voting, you're just organizing the meetings,
Yeah,
basically.
you're just, yes. Uh-huh.
So, I mean, are you,
I mean, that-
okay, so then, Judge, are you going to make a motion to appoint her as chair?
I will make that motion, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a
What's
sec.
Kendall Riley?
Did you have
I'm
to
sorry.
ask Bradley? Kendall Bradley?
It was just on there, but
Yes,
that's bad, I don't know her name.
I know. I never call people by their last names.
Bradley's correct.
Yeah, Bradley. I had it right,
Bradley.
yes. A motion to appoint her as a non-voting chair of that advisory committee. And
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? And I am fully fine if y'all don't want to do this, but it was just after discussions with her and some of the things she has had. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now I have to get out of here because I have a couple of things to do before we walk out too. It's 11:14. We are recessing and we will be back sometime 1:30, 1 or 1:30, between 1 and 1:30.
Okay.
7:38. Are we ready, Connie? We're good to go back from recess. If y'all would allow, since Dr. Cannon is here, I'm going to move to E1 in Human Resources. E1, discuss and consider the hire of the interim medical examiner as the new regular full-time medical examiner for Nueces County. He, November the 9th was his last day of his 90-day trial, and I would make the motion to...
Good thing about it, we didn't get no complaints.
We didn't get, yes, we're very happy with that.
Which number are we on?
Would make the motion to... 3E1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second and a third, and we are, any other discussion?
Just quickly, Judge, I just wanted to say how much we appreciate your patience in this, Doctor, and what a great job you've done. I know, I'm sure you would have liked us to do it quicker, but with the history that we've had, we felt like we needed to, try things out a little bit, kind of trying to try the car out before we bought it, if you will, and you've turned out to be definitely the Cadillac version of this, and we appreciate it, and we hope that you will continue to do the great job that you've done, and we just, I just didn't want to make it a quick motion and not say something, because it really does mean a lot how you stepped up and took over and helped out and did everything, and have just been a team player, right? I mean, this is a partnership that we're in, and we really appreciate you working with us and coming at us in a different route than we've come at before. So thank you for your approach to things, and thank you for your professional ability, and we're thrilled to have you on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks very much.
The feeling is mutual from all of us up here, so that we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And thank you again. And I have had an amazing relationship with you. I've been over to the medical examiner's office several times and look forward to our continuing back and forth and working together and moving forward. Thank you very much for what you've done.
And this time, Doctor, I will make it over there now this is over.
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, anytime.
I just didn't want to, you know how it is around here. But.
Yes, Commissioner.
How is it around here?
Well, I want to take this moment to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and my main goal is, like I presented the vision, my 3 C's are character, commitment, and competency. And my main goal is to give long-term stability for this office and make this one of the best offices in Texas and do a quality death investigation with the support of entire staff. And I'm very happy to have a good staff. And I will serve the people of Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to have you here. So going back to our regular agenda, item number 9, I believe, is where we need to go back to. Receive a report from Lourdes Rivera, Grants Department, and on all ARPA County project remaining balances, funds, and all other matters. Just receive, I believe, is what this is.
Hi. Good afternoon, County Judge and County Commissioners. I made a presentation for today, and I wanted to just briefly go over, provide general uses, eligible types, and and deadline, sorry.
Yes, okay.
So page 1, this expresses all the eligible categories 1 through 7 with a brief description Nueces County has allocated to date. So on August 23rd, Treasury released an interim final rule with additional available uses under disaster declaration and emergency relief, Title I projects, which includes housing, urban development, CDBG programs, and surface transportation infrastructure.
On the right slide?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And of course, there's specific usage under Treasury rules. So slide number 2. These are the types of eligibility types 1 through 4, which identifies titles Nueces County has reported allocation amounts in Treasury Reporting Portal. Page 3, any questions? Page 3. As of November 2023, the bar graph allows everyone to visually see how the allocations have been distributed. And mainly we've been allocating towards public health, negative economic impacts. And that is a total of 3.5. 30 million.632.
Can you tell us something in public health, since that number is so high, that chart?
So this is public sector positions, law enforcement retention.
Oh, law enforcement, okay, that says it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wish we could see what it's on blue, because I think when I looked at blue here, jail retention, COVID-19, school districts, is there any way we could have just by each one of them, put aside how much is going to each one of them? Or do you have it there somewhere in another page?
Oh, it's on a third slide, on the third presentation that Connie has.
Okay.
Keep going, Deb.
Okay, this is just around, you just run out telling us the amounts. We're going to see it somewhere else, you said?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay.
So on expenditures category, those are the ones that we paid out, or did we? Number 5 it's kind of confusing too. Number 5. The revenue. What does that mean? 5.606 on revenue loss.
Oh, so that will entail public work equipment projects that we've allocated. Like, for instance, Hazel Bazemore is, since it wasn't procured under federal regulations, it had to be categorized under lost revenue. That is a requirement in order for it to fit into an eligible category. When it goes out for bids, it has to have all the federal conditions in there. And the 2 projects for Hazel Bazemore were not. I believe the intention was to use 1377.
So this is, okay, we're still gonna get to that chart, right? The other chart that you made, the ARPA projects as of November the 3rd. We're gonna see those next, right, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. This isn't really, I don't know what's in here in this, on the blue, the gray, whatever, but if we're gonna go through the projects, countywide and projects, precinct, then we can probably know where we're at, right?
Okay, yeah, this is just an overview of how the monies have been distributed.
So far I'm with you.
So on the next slide. This page will demonstrate where all the paperwork is at, where the statuses are, and how we awarded it to either subrecipients or beneficiaries. Right now, on some recipients, we're doing reimbursement costs. Some were awarded upfront, but we're collecting documentation until the end of their completion of their project. Any questions?
Yeah. So right now, some of the recipients are still collecting documentation.
Oh, recipients is Nueces County.
Nueces County is
Is
the
the
recipient.
recipient.
And we're still collecting paperwork and documentation?
Right,
They haven't
so-
the job's not finished, or?
Well, I want to say
That's all the money
I want to
was out.
describe it as it's either going through a bid, or we're doing legal review, or we're getting invoices, and
So the job is still out, it's still pending. That's
Correct.
all. It hasn't gone to completion, so that makes sense, yes.
Well, completion or started.
Yeah, some of them.
yeah, for instance, the jail, COVID, let me see.
Those are old ones.
Right, so the ones that have been completed, we have all the documentation. Okay. So, next page, or next slide. So here are the key dates as far as obligation dates are concerned. If we're going to move any monies or any projects, the last day that we could do any modifications would be on the last Commissioner's Court date for 2024, December.
Next year.
That is correct. So we have one more year to
Allocate.
allocate. That's correct. And the completion expiration date still stands, 12/31/2026, unless there's something tomorrow. There is a webinar that I need to attend to. Until then, right now, the date is still set as is.
And I think I have a concern, this is a concern that I have. 'Cause we keep saying we can still allocate next year, but anything we allocate next year, it's gonna have a very short fuse for 2026, right? I mean, there's a lot of projects you can't finish in 2 years, or a year and a half, whatever. Because if we have money we haven't allocated, I mean, I'll be concerned that either we can use those monies now, where we can put them, or, and this is why I kept asking about, give me a true number on the balance of agencies that have not responded, that maybe we need to use their money somewhere else. So this is, but I guess when we get to the projects itself, we can.
Yes.
But this is my concern right now, is that, I mean, we keep pushing this allocations further down. And by the time we know it's gonna be January, February, March, and by the time you get started, it's gonna be June.
That's
So I
correct.
don't know when, I mean, I think we're gonna really start looking at that we're gonna start
What
pushing these
hasn't
things
been,
out. So, I mean, I have a concern on that. Okay, I'm sorry, Lulu, go ahead.
That's okay, no, I mean, your response is valid. And the next page would be, in the event there is a disaster and we have funds available right now, we could use those funds in a disaster declaration emergency. So that's a good news there. We can also use that for service transportation. I think Commissioner Chesney has one of them right now for London drainage,
Say that to me again?
for a bridge
Oh,
widening.
Yeah, I'm working with Juan on, Bert on that, yeah.
So, yes. And that's allowable.
No, yeah.
And the key dates on those are not in alignment with December 31st, 2026. For transportation and Title I projects, the deadline is November 30th of 2026.
But sooner than the other? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man,
I'm sorry? September. It is correct. September.
Yeah,
For-
instead of December 2026.
For disaster declaration projects, the deadline is December 31st, 2026. It's a little confusing, yes.
Yeah.
And I believe that is the last slide. Oh, and of course, there's additional information if you need any. The email for any questions to Treasury, it's right there. I've emailed them several times. It takes at least a month to get a response. So,
well,
information
that's
is
the last slide you said?
that's the last
So what
slide.
happened to the other slides like this here? What happened to this slide? That's what you put in the PowerPoint.
The amounts.
2 more documents.
Yeah.
Huh?
2 more documents, not in this presentation, there's more.
Oh, okay. All right. She said that was the last slide, so I meant to say. Okay.
If she did.
And this slide is an overview of where we have all our funds and what is remaining, what has or is unallocated right now. And this is coming from precincts and, of course, our county judge.
What do we have this broken down into? What each one of them gets or getting?
Just has the total for the allocation on this one. That'll be broken down in the next ones, in the next division in that. Yeah, this just says the 3,372,000 to public health, 16 million to economic impacts, 30 million to public, but it doesn't have them. In that one, it'll have it divided up. Yes.
I was trying to condense it as much
Understand.
as possible.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
And then the third one, Connie.
This is the one he was wanting the numbers on. Yes.
And of course, this is broken down, and it's very detailed.
Okay, so now you said remaining balance is 4,371,000? And that's the true balance or what?
Well, that's just what we haven't allocated yet.
Unallocated.
But that could be
That's
some of
in all
mine,
the
some of yours, some
commissioners.
of.
That's in all the commissioners' remaining balances.
Right, like I haven't allocated all of
Our
them.
remaining balance.
Yeah, yes, so that would be Mata's and each of you that have money left over in your
Right.
balances.
I haven't allocated all of mine yet, so I'm
Neither
assuming
have
that's in
these
this
two.
I think
total.
it's 4 million between all of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, we allocated everything else.
Yeah, I know that, but.
it is.
So, but other than ours, what, is there a balance in your ARPA
Everything has
funds?
been allocated.
Everything's been
Everything's
allocated.
been allocated.
Yeah, because we used it, I think that last chunk was
The
on the
last
roof.
chunk was on the roof, and then we
That's
have the sewer and the plumbing issues in the county. I was
I saw the
hoping
dollar
that-
signs going in Commissioner Gonzalez's eyes, and I just didn't want him to spend my money.
Hey,
I'm teasing.
I just want to spend it because, not for you, but. So you're saying countywide project was 50 million,
Correct.
371,000?
Since everybody on this court received 4 each, that is a total of 20. So subtracted from the 70 million, the remainder is 50 million. So that went out to countywide projects.
And then you have 10 pages of this. You can go on to the next page.
Right. Is there one in specific, Commissioner Jag, you would like for me to address?
Commissioner Hernandez has 122,000. I think I only have like 150.
150,
Yeah.
Yes.
It shows at the bottom the balance remaining.
Right here?
Well, that's on all the commissioners, but right here shows, like, this is precinct 1. He has 122 that's not allocated. Go to the next page.
Oh, yeah, this is mine.
That's the one.
Yeah, I know what I, so those are the ones you counted in the 4 million?
That's what this number.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
All right. So I had, it's allocated to us then, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then and I'm looking at this other countywide, like for instance, in public health sector, and it says 2,900,000. Then the other one says car review interlocal But you have those in the blue as a remaining allocation, so those have not been allocated because you don't have nothing in the yellow.
No, it means that there's a running total right now.
Yeah, it means they haven't got all the job's not finished, it's
Yeah,
not complete.
but it should be something here though, is
Well,
of
there's
what they
no-
use?
There's no bills yet on it, maybe these haven't even turned in
Oh.
anything.
Right, it's either in the procurement process or in the agreement review or legal review.
So all of that money is sitting there and hasn't started, yes.
So, okay, but this is also probably what some of our projects, I guess, right?
This one on
Hilltop.
this is the Hilltop, yes.
Page 6.
Lucius County Driscoll Community Center.
The
So-
next one is yours. Look at his.
Yeah, on mine, yeah, I'm looking at mine now, but on mine, really, I had the, on the Bishop ISD, and I finally talked to them last week, and they should have called you, or should have,
They've submitted it. Right now, it's in legal.
is it what?
Legal.
Legal.
In county attorney's office.
You still have almost $1 million.
Yeah.
unallocated.
And then the other one on the, the constable, two, which is the 330,000, we got.
It's a combination of those three positions.
One, two, but I thought but the constable, it shows that there is nothing on the constable. So how much are we giving the constable?
For a constable, right now, it's 504. Or 5,400.
10.
Okay. And the attorney two, civil,
I think Jenny can answer to that.
Can answer what?
The attorney is
Commissioner.
out of your office, so, but these amounts, they've been working, so these amounts
Yeah,
should
that's
be
what I'm
in there.
saying.
There should be a deduction in there. Even October's, if nothing else.
I'm saying, I remember I sponsored, I said I want to keep
Those
county
three positions,
attorney
yes.
two on civil, and I think that went to your department, Jenny, so.
Yes.
When I did that, so did you connect, how does it connect? I'm confused. When we approve it, do you follow up with Jenny to say,
I follow up with auditor's office or human resource.
Probably both.
To
with
see if they're-
payroll and HR to make
Correct,
sure.
to
that-
see if they're active.
and so Jenny, where?
And those positions are not filled right now, too, also. Those are posted. I believe they're posted.
That's why there's nothing, because they're open positions right now.
So if you're not going to use it, we'll take the money?
Well, trying to use it, Commissioner.
Don't take it yet.
Don't take too long, Jenny.
He's gonna look again.
And there is a delay right now. I know that Dale can answer to this. I know Workday is taking a lot of his personal employees, from addressing right away because they're right now trying to integrate with Workday and I think human resource as well. So there's a delay with payroll information on my end.
The new program, maybe? Is
I know there's a lot of training.
that Dell or what, or Jeannie?
Dale.
Dale's office.
Was this holding you back, Dell, I guess?
As she's saying, that we're going through, we're changing over from one solution to Workday. It shouldn't affect your balances, where right now we're kind of what we call a hiring freeze, because the way we're going from the old system to the new system, if we have any changes or modification or adjustments, we have to have it entered in both systems. And right now we only have one person in HR that can do that. So we're trying to limit that. Not that it can't be done. It just we try to limit that because we got one person, and if you really want to know when we do a change, a modification, or hire, it affects about 40 different reports that we have to change. So that's a lot of entry for one person.
And the legal secretary, that falls in the same category or what? Who's got the legal secretary? Ginny?
Yes.
Jenny.
I'm taking care of you, Ginny. There.
I thought we had somebody work. Okay.
We have legal secretary and 2 attorneys. One does CPS and one does ARPA. Right now, we have another attorney doing his job and ARPA until we can find someone willing and able to do ARPA and come to work for the county.
All right, so we're going to hang on to that right now, right?
Hope, yes, please.
And that's where it gets a little tricky because we're asking them to come into a two-year job that there's no possibility of advancement because this is a grant that will end.
But the reality is you may need to relook at that too. I mean, we just may need to supplement it for 2 years, but we may just need to look at it as a permanent hire because I don't think you're going to find anybody that's going to want to do it. I mean, Jeff was kind of right. I mean, Jeff was kind of unique because he was kind of in that position in life, and he was good. So that's going to be difficult. So you just may have to regroup on that, and we just may have to figure out how to make that work.
Absolutely. I'll get in touch with the court later.
Because you could put it in as a budget challenge in 3 years. I mean, in other words, it's funded for 2 years.
Yes, so 26.
And then you just have to worry about it after this runs out. But I just don't see how you're going to be able to do this with telling someone it's only for 2 years. I mean, it's going to be hard enough to find someone permanently.
Yeah.
Much less temporary.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me, I'm going to remind y'all, I mean, I'm not going to go through anybody else, but I'm going to remind you, and go through if you can. But I got questions on the back, county-wide allocations by projects. And you got something here that says, complete.
That's correct.
Okay, so all the money was used?
That is correct.
So there's no remaining allocations, right?
No, there is not.
Okay, so that's, the bottom line will be zero then, right?
Yes.
That's a good point. Some of mine say in progress, and they've already been done, so I don't know. Mine should be, that's a good point, Commissioner.
Well, their contract agreement is, especially for the schools.
Right.
They're up to 2026, so I'm still receiving some documentation from them.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose what exactly they're using it for security purposes. But they're still acquiring.
Okay.
In progress. So all of them that says in progress, is that the same reason?
It could be various reasons.
Well,
Is Edward here?
yeah, I don't know if Edward's here or not. I think he might have gone. I don't know.
I know for for park upgrades, right now there's 2 work authorizations out, and I believe there's 5 projects. So there's 3 pending.
Where's that?
For park upgrades,
The $6 million for that. That was Edward's project.
on page 6. Expenditure category 2. Second row.
Strong, healthy communities, neighborhood featuring public health, parks, okay, upgrades. Okay. It's in progress, yeah, I guess in progress. So mine's in progress.
Right.
The ones I'm using, Edward's money, the ones we're using from your slides in progress.
That is correct.
Because but,
We have not received any invoices yet to be paid.
okay. So, all right. So the full amount's still there. Okay, now on the other page, when it says, so that's all when it says complete. But if it says complete and it's got a balance, that means the balance would still be there, or is it gone?
No, if it's complete, it's zeroed out. You might see one for, let's see, page 6.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
The first expenditure category, number 2, Veterans Food Pantry. There's a remaining balance of $13.28. So that would have to go back, and I would need the permission of the court to unallocate those monies and put it back to the remaining balance.
And I think we wait until we have more projects that
Oh, yeah.
have
Right.
remaining balances before we do something
You
like
don't
that.
want to move $13.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. let me see. So, and those are in progress. Is there, by when, I mean, when do we see this probably, I mean, I think we should have some movement on this by hopefully the end of the year, right?
Well, I know that the Sunrise Nature Trail, we just had a meeting, and we have received invoices for those. So it should be coming to the next Commissioners Court agenda item under special motions to be paid.
Okay. So we need to tell our engineers probably to submit whatever they're going to submit. If their
That's
part is done, they should be submitting their invoices,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Who it goes to, that's another question, because it does, I normally don't deal with them, so it could be whoever's overseeing that project, like for the nature or story time telling. I
Well,
believe
yeah,
it goes
I know
to
what-
Edward.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but you would, I mean, how would you know?
Eventually, it has to go to you too,
Right.
to clear it
At-
out.
at the
Yes,
end.
Yes.
Well, not at the end, I mean, when it's done, because you don't want to wait till the end.
No, I mean, I don't want to wait till the end, but when I receive the invoice, that's when I know when it will be in Commissioners Court.
And didn't you tell us there was something, like at the end of next year, after 2024, we can't reallocate? And didn't you say something about remaining balances, and there could be used on something if there was a job that's finished, if there's a balance left? Did you tell, am I?
Before 2024, or
It has to
on the
be?
last day.
Oh, okay.
We can move
So we
monies
need to
around.
use every dime in there before 2024 on our projects. So the faster you get those moving, the better off we are.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, we need to start closing some of this, or saying, people, hey, you got to start. So are you contacting these agencies on a quarterly basis? Do you have a record that says, you know, how do we
We're supposed to on our projects, I guess.
Yeah, well, no, but the countywide
Oh,
project.
yeah.
I mean, my project, I'm doing it in my project.
Yeah.
So I got, in fact, one of them came in today, a COK submitted today. And we have another one coming in next meeting. So, yeah, we're trying to move these things as fast as we can, so.
And I know for IT, I know that they're working on legal there's legal review on the agreements. I mean, there's different statuses.
Okay,
And it's
but my question, Lulu, is,
going back and forth.
all this years countywide, are we submitting anything, like a memo or something to them? So where are we at? Haven't heard from you, or, you know, because we could sit there and wait for this paperwork a long time. But if we know, like in the quarter, you haven't heard from them, somebody needs to start, hey, you know what I'm saying? I mean, somebody needs to start putting a little fire behind and say, where we at? Haven't heard from you.
Right, and I have, and I mean, just yesterday, I think we received an invoice for Public Works equipment, so I mean, we are,
But, I mean,
we are
But you
moving.
documented, you notified,
We're
because
telling
they're gonna
them.
come back and say, well, nobody called me.
Make sure it's written notification so that you have a notification on your end, yes.
Right, and yes,
Yes.
and Anna, our grants director, she is on the emails where there is correspondence back and forth.
Okay, well, those are my concerns, the ones that are really in progress, the ones that don't have anything, and, we just have to start kind of pushing and saying, hey,
I agree.
we can't wait till May of 24.
I don't either.
So, time we're gonna get shorter and shorter. So, if they're gonna do any big projects, they're not gonna finish in 2 years, I guarantee you that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So regarding on other related matters, I know that there's been, I guess, a delay as far as positions are concerned. It came to my attention that Deputy Constable 3 for Precinct 5, they're still using a I guess, law enforcement at Banquete ISD. And I was wondering if, with the permission of the court, if we could utilize any remaining balances on page 7, second row.
I didn't think we had any remaining balances.
Page 7, second row. Oops. I lost you. Second row.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Page 7, she said?
Yes, page 7, and it's under Public Works, Public Service, can't read it, hold on. Public Sector Staff Position, fiscal year 22-23.
What are you asking for?
Rehiring?
No, there was a discrepancy as far as the acquiring that information, as far as if it was vacant or not vacant, and there was some positions that were moved from one precinct to another. This position got overlooked, and I believe in your precinct, one of the constables retired, and I don't know if they're going to use ARPA to fund another constable in your precinct. And I know you allocated 90,000.
But I don't know. I'm confused on what you're asking. Sorry.
So I need to continue paying for the position for the Constable 3, Precinct 5. I was wondering if we could utilize the remaining balances to cover.
329, 535
Wait,
is not being spent. It's already finished the other work.
Oh, you're
people in
saying.
there.
Oh, you're
So
saying.
that's a remaining balance that is available to use on something, and you're wanting to.
Public sector.
Yes,
Wait. But where's the remaining balance and who's what?
It's on
page 7.
second line.
No, I get it, but
Yeah.
that's a county-wide one?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're saying you want to move that money because we don't need it
No,
somewhere
if we
else?
could use it to continue paying for constable services at a school district. And they need security at that location.
And who was paying for it before? Who was it?
It was under contingency.
I think that was the one with who?
The one out there.
5. Constable Robstown with Banquete.
Yeah.
That's the one we met about when I first got here. Yes.
But I thought that was the one we said we were going to do for a couple of years, and then they had to go find someone. We were going to, because we didn't want to keep it going forever. But maybe I'm not thinking of the right one.
It has an expiration date of December 31st, 2024.
Yeah.
That was the same one.
Next year.
Next year.
Oh.
Yes. So we have one more
Well,
year.
so then we don't need to decide that today.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to continue, paying or having him on staff under public sector.
But you have the whole year. It's through 24, right?
Yes, it's through December
It's only
2024.
23.
Or
The
is this
constable,
one?
the
Yeah.
security guy, he is hired right now. He is working. But when the vote came in on the positions and the decision was made, at that time, it was stated it was vacant, but it was not vacant. So by saying vacant, y'all did not allocate any money for that position. And your position on precinct 4 was vacant, and you allocated for another 2 years or another year.
Oh,
But your
isn't filled.
position that you have under yours is vacant at this time. At least it was.
And if
So
I
I need-
That was a confusion at that time, that yours was vacant, but
so-
stated that it
So I
wasn't.
need to use mine somewhere else, and we need to figure out where to get.
And this is where if we don't allocate any money on his position, then his position would have to end. And that's what they were asking for.
And
He
that
is
would
still
come out
hired.
of. That would come out of.
This money, the
countywide.
the 329, I think we should.
Is that what you're asking for?
No
So
ARPA funds?
the remaining
Yeah.
through the year 24 would come out of this 329, not out of anybody's precinct stuff, just
No,
out
sir.
of.
Out of this, because there was a contract already done, and he is hired, he is working, and if we don't have any money allocated there, he has to be let go.
Is he being funded right now through the department?
Yes, wasn't he hired, isn't this the individual that was hired by the constable? And the one, we had the meeting about, Jenny and Commissioner Gonzalez, that they misunderstood when it was going to be a temporary position in the school, and they hired him as a full-time through the county, yes. And we went back through the court records, and it was misleading, so he is a Nueces County employee, period, yeah.
How do we vote on him? We voted to vacate?
Yeah, during the budget, those positions that were open, we voted to eliminate.
So the money you're going to, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No.
So the money you're going to use there on 329,555, is that going to shortchange somebody else? No?
This is a remaining
Well, right, because when
balance.
he asked you all ago, do we have any more countywide money?
It's right there.
You said no. So
But you see, the reason, it says here in progress, and that's what I was asking.
Doesn't say
Is
that
it
it's complete, yeah.
Since law enforcement gets paid differently, there are some lingering amounts that need to be backtracked. And I think Dale can explain that.
So will this cover that then? If you're talking about lingering amounts and we don't know what it is, we vote to do this, is that enough?
That should be, I believe. Oh, well, and then, of course, there's collective bargaining as well, so.
I don't want to come short change here and then come out short over here. So,
I think we need more information on that. We have it. He is still an employee. It doesn't end until next year. Let's get more exact numbers on what's left in this balance and what it's going to cost to fund him through the next 2 years if we continue it for 2 years.
right.
If we could get those two numbers, yes.
I have a question. Does this 329 include all the current positions though, right? The current positions that are funded, are they going to come out of the 329, right?
They're combined, yeah.
No, that's last fiscal year's.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Where are the current ones?
Yeah.
Commissioner Chesney.
Oh, everybody took, but what about yours and
Mine was voted differently, and Jeff's was voted differently, or
budgeted for the whole
budgeted differently.
amount?
no, we're out of the countywide stuff, right?
Other than the 329 right now, which we need to, we need to fund that position.
So then I need to unallocate mine then, because if I've allocated to a position that's not needed, then I got to put mine back in the pot? Right?
Would it be okay if we can reach the constable in your precinct to see if he is going to hire somebody under?
Yeah,
No?
I didn't do it because, I didn't do it for like someone to go hire someone extra. I did it because I think at budget, I was told we were going to be short. And so I just did it to kick the can down the road, my favorite saying. But if we don't, I don't.
And he just retired today, so.
Who just retired?
The constable.
Oh, that was, he was in mine?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess ask, but I didn't, so it's a.
The gentleman that was here.
Okay, I'll leave mine alone. Y'all can figure this one out for now. We'll figure mine out later.
I think, yeah. I think we just need more information with the exact numbers and what it's going to cost us and what the balance is. The true balance, what we have outstanding, yeah.
And I think that's why we need to go back and make sure all this in progress are correct, that there's not any money that are actually balances, right?
Okay.
Any other questions?
That's it.
That will work. Thank you very much.
And then I did have a question, Judge. I think, is
Sorry.
this where, no, not for you more, Judge. I think what I also understood was that Lula has kind of, she's going into a different role now, and Grant Works or somebody's going to eventually take over.
They have, they've sent it out for, it's posted for that position to be filled.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I think there's a discussion that we may do something else too.
Oh, okay. So that's not ready to have
So that's not ready right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm ahead of
Okay.
myself. My bad.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 14, discuss and consider the following: selection of Texas State Roofing Company for consulting services for review, analysis, evaluation, and recommendation regarding the Nueces County Courthouse Complex roof repair replacement project. We need to approve the order and authorize approval and execution of a professional services agreement for $25,000 with Texas State Roofing Company. We had previously gone out for one of these. They had, but it was too old. It was done in 2020, I think, and the dates were too long. Yeah, huh?
21?
Yes, and it was not current, so we needed to go out. This is a third-party person that is just going to give us a true evaluation, will not be bidding on the work after the evaluation is done either. He or his company won't.
And his judge, I can't even talk.
Yeah.
His job, judge, would be to just give us an independent evaluation of what we really need.
Yes, yes.
Right, okay. I would motion to pass that, because I don't know what we need on a roof.
Need the motion to select the Texas State Roofing and approve the order and authorize the execution of the agreement, the professional services agreement. Can we do all three of those in one?
That's my motion.
That's good. We've got a motion and Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it. And any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 15, discuss and consider returning to the previous Commissioners Court nomination and voting process on the Port of Corpus Christi applications, RTA applicants, and any other board appointments. This is Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir. You want to take this one?
Well, yes, ma'am. Judge, it just seems that it's been very confusing. It is not it's not very clear. The process we had placed was simple.
Can you use your mic, Commissioner? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, this policy seems to be confusing, and it's not very clear. The process we had in place was simple. HR or anyone else was not involved in selecting the top 2, 4, or 5 candidates. We should know if the persons we nominate is qualified. I move that we rescind the last motion adopted on October 25th regarding board appointments, nominations, and voting process on the Port of Corpus Christi RTA applicants and other board appointments, and move that we continue with the original appointment selection process. That's my
motion?
I'm making that motion, yes, sir.
A second for discussion.
Commissioner Gonzalez seconded for discussion. Is there any, excuse me, discussion?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, did you want to? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I mean, I've been trying to read. It's confusing to me too. I don't know. I've been trying to. I don't want to get caught in the middle of having to appoint somebody I'm not going to vote for. It seems that way to me. I think that's the way I read it. If I appoint one, I'm going to have to appoint 2. You know, if I appoint the other one, I'm not going to vote for him. Why am I going to appoint him? To interview him, right? I don't know.
I think my understanding was the interviews, we can do everyone. I think we've had 9 people apply. We could do everybody interview if you want them all interviewing.
No problem with that either.
And then I do understand that I have been told by several people that we don't have a process. And I know I had only been here 2 days with our other appointment, and it was kind of haphazard, and that's my failure on my part, because I didn't know how you did it or how we didn't do it or anything like that. So I think having something a little more structured is not a bad idea, but I think it needs to be easy and understandable as well. So
I guess I don't know what's not understandable. I think there was one point of clarification that someone brought to my attention that certainly wasn't the intent, that I wanted to try to clean up on that, but I don't know that's what I'm saying. I don't know what's confusing. everybody who applies, if any member of the court wants to interview them, all they have to say is, we're going to interview them. And then, and this is what, the backup is not what was passed, by the way. So just so everybody knows, the backup that was included is not what was passed. So I don't have what was passed in front of me. But basically what was passed was that everybody picks who they want to interview. And then there's an interview process. And then everybody would get to nominate one person to put on the board, but everybody would get 2 votes, and those 2 votes would have to be for separate people. You couldn't vote for the same person twice. And then the top, in this case, let's say for the port that's coming up, there's 2 openings. The top 2 would win as long as they have 3 votes. If someone has 3 votes and someone else doesn't, then you would go to the next round. So I'm happy to understand where the confusion is, but we basically passed it the last time saying we were going to try it once and see what happened. I think we ought to try it once and see what happens, but if someone can tell me what's confusing, and we need to work on wording, what specifically is confusing, we need to work on wording, I'm happy to try to do that. We had, this is the 3rd time we talked about it, and I've said that every time. If someone just wants to tell me, well, here's what I don't understand, and we need to tighten up the wording, then let's tighten up the wording. But I think we ought to give it a shot. I think it's a very open and transparent way of doing things. We all talk about wanting to do that. Having people come in and interview, I mean, I'm anxious to hear from folks on what they have to say. I want the public to hear what they have to say. It's a big deal. All these appointments are, the RTA, the hospital district. So it's just creating a process for those 4, and SPON, for those 4 that I think are a little more high profile in the community that we ought to look at. But I still don't know what exactly is confusing.
I did hear the question that you posed. I did hear that about, I could just say, well, my 2 votes go for John Matas. Well, I'll just throw your name out there, sorry, but you can't do that. You can only vote for one person. You have to vote for 2 separate people when it, okay. That was my one other question too. So
right, yes. And Jenny's already worked on some language for that, because I'd already asked her to do that, to make it even more clear that it has to be for 2 separate people, not, you can't vote twice for one person, because that's a very, that's valid. You could, I guess, look at it that way. So there's some specifics as to why it's confusing. I'm open for suggestion. I just think we ought to do something that gives everybody a chance to be heard.
Excuse me, we're not going to be including HR in any way?
Say again?
We're not going to be including HR in any way?
HR is not
we changed
included.
that.
Oh, I thought,
Yeah,
that's
no,
what I heard
HR
the first
doesn't
time.
give us any suggestions or anything.
No,
They're
I
not
heard that in
included.
the first.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I say. This
HR's
isn't what
not.
passed.
This is us picking, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
You get, if you want to pick all 9 people to, if you look at the applicants commissioner and you want to say, I want to interview every one of them, that's your choice. If you say, I only want to interview these 2, that's your choice. And then however many the court picks, that's how many we interview.
Understood.
For me, just in this whole process, because, I mean, that's been the biggest question is, how does our process work? And I think for me, it's always been about transparency. And I know we all want that. I think we all support wanting to have this appointment discussed. I mean, I tell people it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to probably be a unanimous vote, because there's so many qualified applicants that we're already aware of, and then we still have 2.5 hours before the deadline. So we're going to have a lot to choose from, and so it's going to be struggling just for each appointee to get at a minimum 3 votes. But it's going to be here for everyone to see. I mean, there's not any dealings or any deals or anything like that. It's just, I've always supported, and I was the one that brought up the issue back when we first appointed Sheriff Hooper back in 2017 when I first got on the court, was to have a public process. And we didn't go into executive session like you see other governmental entities to make an appointment, and then they come out and it seems it's all resolved. That system may work for them, but we haven't been operating like that for at least the last 6 years. And I support that. I want an open process so people can hear what applicants have to say. I think they deserve to hear who our next two appointments are going to be, where they stand on some key issues. And unfortunately, the only issue will be we probably can't spend an hour or two per applicant because that's going to take a full day, but at least 20 to 30 minutes each applicant. That's still going to be a lot of time. But I do support that, if we want to see one or two names brought up or more, that we have that opportunity. I think that's what this supports. I do too want to make sure that we get clarification on some things, because that's the biggest question I'm asked is about the procedural part of how do we actually vote. And people will know, are all names, all 10 names or how many names we have going to be available, or have they all been asked to appear and interview for us? People will know that beforehand. And then everyone will hear, just like we are, on some key issues where they stand and where we stand. So I think that's important. Does this policy, maybe all the parts of it are not necessarily smoothed out, and if Jenny is working on that and can help provide some more clarity, I'm for that. The old process before on appointments is pretty much you just throw a name out and you make a motion and then it goes up and it goes down. Do you throw two names out? We've done that before. So I hope we get that clarified. I think we're at a point where it is a little bit more established as far as for the people to understand. It's a little bit different than, like I said, most other entities follow, because there's always seems to be executive session or some sort of discussion beforehand, and then a vote takes place. I want it just for the whole world to see. I'm about simplicity. I want to see a chalkboard or whiteboard, whatever you call it, digital board, and write all the names, and everybody just go down the list and say a name. If that's how the system is right now, then great, let's go for it, based on the names that we provide to be interviewed. But I do think there needs to be a screening. I don't know if it's going to be efficient to have all those names if we've already worked our way down to maybe a handful of names that we would like to really learn from. That's what I'm doing right now. It seems like almost on a daily basis, I'm meeting with people who are interested in applying or have applied, and I'm trying to do my homework right now, but I still think the public deserves to hear where they stand on key issues. So I support that part. I definitely support keeping that interview process, and so that's basically a kind of a two-step process that we've implemented. And so I support that.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, I'm done.
The process we have now didn't say you couldn't interview anybody. It didn't say you could interview everybody. It's how we chose to do those things at the time those came up. The process, right now you're saying I'm for interviewing everybody. Right? And you're saying you're going to cut it down to 5 or 4. Well, that's not what I want to do. If somebody applies for the job or for the position or for the appointment, he needs to be heard. Why are we going to cut it back? If we got 9 applicants, you're going to cut it back. You're going to get over here at 4. I don't think that's fair at all. Period. I think that we need to open it up. Either, interview whoever applies. And you say, yeah, I don't mind having a chalkboard and whatever, put their names up there. But I don't think that the process we had before, it was all up to us how we want to handle it. We just didn't ever go to the chalkboard, and we did with Hooper, but we never went before Hooper. But it's not that we couldn't do it, we just never did it. Or nobody brought it up and said, hey, I want to do this. But that time we did bring it up, and we said, okay, let's go ahead and open it up. And we did. You didn't have to, go over some hoops. For us to change another to policies because, I didn't see anything that wasn't working before that, nobody's happy. If you don't get in there, you're not happy. If you get on there, you're happy. So it's always going to be the people that are happy, people that are unhappy. And, if you don't vote in their favor or their side, then you did the wrong thing. You vote. You vote for the people that that they want, then you did the right thing. So I think, and all along, I think that the system we have now, it's okay. But if you want to say, okay, we do it the way we do it now, but everybody interviews, anybody that applies should be interviewed. I think they should come before us and say, this is why I want to be considered. You know, I gave you my application, I've interviewed everybody, here's what I want to do, here's what I can do. And it'd be an open quorum, and it'd be transparent, you know, and then be up to us to vote and who we're going to vote for. But, you know, but I don't think that we should cut anybody out.
But that's what this
I
process
don't
does.
think anybody, if I understand correctly, and I've read through this several times because it is very confusing, and so everyone would come, let's say December the 13th, that's the court date we have. Everybody gets 5 minutes at the podium for us to interview or talk to anybody that applies that wants to come in. Then each one of us down the road would pick one name out of the applicants that have just interviewed, and that goes on the whiteboard. The 5 names then that are on the board, each one of us down the road picks 2 names off of that board. And then it continues until somebody gets 3 votes, or 2 people get 3 votes if we have 2 positions open. Is that correct?
Good.
I've read that. I'm just trying to see if I understand
That sounds different than what sounded.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and that's why we do it all the time. I mean, okay, we have
never
2
interviewed.
we have 2 vacancies. Well, we did.
We've done interview one time since I've been here.
When we had Golly and the charter, we did them at the same time.
We did the sheriff interview.
Yeah, but we did them also because they were here. We on the line. We chose one, and somebody chose the other one. You know, when I got the 3 votes, fine.
No, I think that's what he's talking about doing, but with the chalkboard. But we'll have however many people apply that want to show up and speak.
Yeah.
And speak beforehand, and then we have the board in the back. And
Right, well, so what this policy does, Joe, is, Commissioner, excuse me, is if there's 10 applicants and you want to interview all 10 of them, then we interview all 10 of them. It gives everybody the right to interview as many as we want to interview.
Well, no, I don't think it's up to us. I mean, I want to interview. I think it's up to the applicants if they want to.
allow everybody that wants to show up that day to be here and have their 5 minutes or whatever.
Tell us something, they need to come in on that day and get interviewed and say, this is what I want, this is what I am. You know, but I mean, for me to say, I only want 4, I'm not going to choose 4 from 5 or from 6. I don't think that's right. I mean, I think that everybody that's in an application is interested in being, so that you come in on that day and you put your name down and then you get interviewed. You know, I mean, if we got 7 that show up, 7 interviewed. You got 9 that show up, 9 interviewed. But doesn't mean we can't consider the one that's not here because he submitted an application. So we're going to kick him out because he's not here, didn't submit an application. I mean, not here. That's what I really don't.
Commissioner, if you want to, that would be a suggestion, that if you want to suggest that instead of the court, because the way I worded this was based on your last suggestion, because you didn't like the HR stuff, and so we came back and you thought that was a better way to do it. But if you think this is a better way to do it, and you want to you just want to make it to where anybody that applies wants to come give their 5-minute spiel, I don't care. I mean, I just want people to be heard.
Well,
I just want there to be a process to where, right. That's what you've always said, and that's why I've tried to come up with something to where we could, and if you want it to be that if 57,000 people apply and you want them to all come in, well, I mean, we really, literally on some of these boards, we're going to have a ton, but that's okay. I mean, I was just saying, look, if there's nobody that wants to, but so if you want to say that whoever applies gets to come give their 5 minutes, I'm okay
If they
with that.
choose to. If they choose to.
They should.
I'm okay.
They can be in the audience. They don't have to speak. It's up to them.
But you don't have to be here to be nominated now.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
okay. I think that's good. I have no problem with that.
I mean,
That could be.
I just don't want to eliminate anybody, period.
So then just, if that's what the court wants to do, and make that amendment to where it's just anybody who applies on those 4 boards get to be heard.
But I think then we cut the time down to like 3 minutes,
5 minutes,
something,
yeah.
5 minutes per person.
Yeah, and
We
then just
yeah.
whatever
Whoever's
question.
here,
Well,
whatever
then you got to have
question,
allowed time for
yeah.
questions for anybody on the court who
Yeah.
wants to question.
5 minutes would be
Yeah.
plenty probably, because all of
So
us
give 'em
have
a-
probably met with most of them
Yeah.
anyway.
We'll give them you could give them a 3-minute opening, and then whatever questions the court have for them. Would that be fair?
You might not have any questions.
Well, no, right. Whatever questions. If you don't, you don't. I mean,
Okay, that sounds good.
Well, currently there's a motion to rescind, so we'd have to vote on the rescind motion, and then, or you can
And
withdraw
to
and we can amend
withdraw
instead of
your-
rescind. That's up to you. You've made your motion.
Commissioners, whatever's easier, if it's easier to rescind and redo it.
Withdraw your motion
Yeah,
to move forward? Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
I'll withdraw
And
my
Commissioner,
motion.
do you want to amend it to where it just says, anybody who applies that wants to come and
You want to do
speak?
that?
Yeah.
That,
Oh, you'd like to do-
no, I'm asking,
It
it was your idea. I'm
it was-
asking,
yeah, it was-
Go, you need to
No,
vote
no,
on
go,
yours
go,
first.
go ahead. I mean,
We
whoever
need to
thought
vote
of
on
it.
his first.
He rescinded his.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
We
I
had a
just like to make a
and
motion that, that there's a commissioner's court, that anybody applies for a position of any board, with the 4 major boards or the 5 major boards, whatever boards we decide they're major boards, that they be allowed to interview, and even if not here, they still be considered for appointment.
And that would be an amendment to what we've already passed, right?
An amendment to what already passed, and also if, we will set the time limit at that time, depending on the amount of applicants.
Depends on the
Okay,
number
that's a
of
good
people.
idea.
That's a good point.
Second, or, I'm sorry, did you want?
Second it. Did you make a motion? I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Item number 17, discuss and consider the upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates. It's in your packet, but we also have a special meeting we need to have to canvass the vote on Monday at 2 o'clock. Can anyone be here Monday at 2 to have court?
What, Monday?
20th, this coming Monday. We don't have to have everyone
I
here.
won't be in
You won't
town.
be here? Is anybody going to be here? I'll be here.
When is the judge, 2?
You do?
Monday.
2 o'clock Monday is what Kara said. We just need a couple of
I can
people in
come.
here. You can come?
Yes, ma'am.
You, Commissioner Matas, or no? You're not sure
You only
yet?
need 2, I think,
We
right?
just need 2, I think.
Yeah.
So as long as you can be here, I can be
I'm
here.
in.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that. And if you can be here, that would be, yeah. And Tara will have to post, I guess.
Oh,
for
I'm
that.
sorry, Judge. I've got to go back and make that amendment to clarify the 2-vote thing, too. I didn't do that. I was waiting for his
Oh,
motion.
okay,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Good. Let's finish this and we'll
Yeah,
go
yeah,
back.
sorry,
Okay.
my bad.
Do we have to have a vote on that? We just need to have the meeting. So we'll be it for the 20th, so post it. We don't need a vote on that. Go back to Commissioner Chesney has a clarification to his,
And I'm going to defer, Jenny, do you have that email that you sent? I'm just
I'm
going to defer
pulling
to
it
you
up
on
now.
that, to amend, please. I can look for it, too, if you don't.
it's basically the one that says you cannot cast your vote for my 2 votes go for 1 individual.
Yeah, hold on, I found it, Jenny, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The current, what was passed says, each commissioner, county judge has 2 votes. The applicant with the highest number of votes will receive the appointment. If multiple positions are open, the highest scoring applicants will fill the open position. The proposed new wording, which would be my motion, is each commissioner, county judge has 2 votes. The 2 votes in round 1 must be for 2 different people. That would be my
I
motion.
second the motion. That was the
That was at the
question.
suggestion of the county attorney.
Any other discussion, or all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, you have a question,
Yeah,
sorry?
we just voted on one. Now, what's the second we voted on?
It's an amendment to
was just
clarify that
clarifying.
when you put your 2 votes for the people on the board, it has to be for 2 different people. Like, you can't vote for the same person twice.
Oh, give him up, give him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, but it's.
I mean, it's just to
someone-
clarify,
no,
to put
someone-
it in writing. I got a phone call about it,
Yeah, me
too.
too.
Somebody asked me about it, too, so, yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Number 18.
Again.
Yeah, and this is you again, Commissioner Hernandez. Discuss and consider removing Commissioners Court from the ranking process for potential bidders on the Nueces County projects and/or services, including architects, engineers, contractors, management. And I think Michael Robinson was going to talk to us a little bit about this one, too. Am I putting you on the spot, Michael?
And I'm sorry, I didn't have any backup on this, so I didn't know where we were going on this either. But
What number is it?
I didn't either. I just learned about
Number
it a little bit
18.
late.
oh, okay.
In reading Commissioner's agenda item, I wanted to investigate based on the fact that you guys are sitting with selection authority right now on one of the open projects. And I just wanted to make sure that while we enter into this discussion, that we don't have any mentionings of any of the individual proposers,
Right.
because the option I have for the court to consider is A, to continue on the path that we're on with some direction I believe that the county attorney had provided to you all last night. This morning, I'm sorry, this morning. And that describes a process where the scoring would be provided in here in open court during either a workshop session or the actual agenda item itself. Alternatively, if the court wishes to now choose to delegate the evaluation authority at this point in that process, it can do so, but it would need to be with a new order, very similar to my standard order when I provide a selection committee to the court. And I've taken the liberty of drafting an order for that purpose if the court so chooses. So I just want to let you know that you have two options in front of you, basically: continue on the path or choosing to delegate.
So I'm
trying to. I think I want to call you, Michael, just to put up front. I didn't even touch it. I started. I didn't want to look at names because
Me too.
if we do selection and then something goes wrong, then our names won't be on the selection, and people would say, "Why did you choose them versus me?" Right? What was the difference? Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't even know the difference. You know, I'm not an expert on insurances, so when I started looking at it, I decided to, I said, man, this is really, for somebody else besides me, so I didn't even looked at names and whatever. So, I mean, somebody's in the insurance committee, I guess it'd be okay, but, I'm not going to sit here and say that I can make good decisions on insurance because I don't know.
And that was my problem too, Commissioners. I kind of stopped when I saw this item, and because I don't know if I remember this one right. It was because we didn't feel like we had anybody at the time on staff who was an expert enough in insurance to do this. So I don't disagree with your concept, but I don't know who to put on the committee. No offense, but I mean,
You had a good idea on that this morning.
I mean, I'm okay with, and I haven't looked either because of this item, and I stopped, and I didn't want to get too far into it because, I mean, I signed my confidentiality, but then I paused because I thought, well, if we're going to discuss it, I better just kind of wait, even though it was due yesterday or whatever.
Right.
So what's your suggestion?
So my suggestion for a selection committee membership would be the HR director and a delegate from his office, because one of the people who actually deals with the program on a daily basis works in his office.
Okay.
And then the county auditor and a delegate from his office, because he also has a staff member who deals with this exact work on a daily basis.
So you're saying 4 people or
Four.
either or? Okay. And you? No, you're not on anymore.
No, I would oversee it still, like I do all the other selection committees, but it would be those 4 people who would have those discussions, score and rank the proposals, and then I would come back and give you the scores that the committee provided, and then the court is then free to either go with that recommendation or go with a different selection. And then in that way, well, I won't try to persuade you one way or the other. It's just that's the way that it would go if you so choose.
As I recall, Judge, when I used to work at the old courthouse back in the 70s, that's the way it was done. They would get a committee, and that's the people that decided what kind of item we would get.
Right. I would also say, based on the way the item reads, I think it's really broad, and I think what y'all might want to do is enter a motion, if you want to go this way, specific to this one project, because the court always retains the right whenever they wish to not delegate their selection authority, and I don't think you want to do anything that would prevent you from doing that going forward.
Commissioner, you want to make a motion? I'm fine with that. I mean, if that's what everybody wants to do, I just didn't know who to put on a committee last time. Nobody had really said, hey, this would be a good committee. So I think we just decided to try it. So if you want to do it differently, I don't care.
See what Commissioner Modis says.
Yeah, I think that.
I mean, I would want to ask, what's best practice? What do other counties do? What other, governmental entities in our area do? That's best practice, right? Because, so there is a mixture of some sort of skill set in certain areas, and some have, even school districts that have HR that specialize maybe in insurance, right? Or you have consultants. I mean, that's the whole thing we're trying to get to, is get an actual expert kind of on, well, not on staff, but on contract that can help us in the future with insurance, exploring, options or so we do rely on those experts. I didn't really know where this was going because there wasn't background, so you throwing this to me right now, this explanation helps,
Okay.
but it's too quick for me to say yes or no. I mean, I think in concept, we would all say we want experts to help guide us. I definitely wouldn't want to give away our opportunity to evaluate, because in the end, I get what Commissioner's saying as far as, where are we experts, but every day we're asked to be experts on a variety of items. I mean, this agenda is packed of items that we rely on staff, we rely on some sort of screening and scoring to help us, but in the end, we still have to decide, do our homework, become experts, or at least familiar with certain topics in certain areas. So we have to make those decisions. That's why we're here, and I much rather it be the elected body making those recommendations and decisions rather than leave it up to someone who's staff who doesn't have the same level of accountability as we do. I mean, that's why, for better or for worse, every decision that we're voting on today, every day in the past, every meeting in the future, that's how we're based on. And so I have no problem with standing on where we've decided on issues. So I get where a lot of the court is probably saying we worry about there's certain areas we don't have enough expertise on. This is new, and just to remind ourselves and the public that we're in this position right now because we took steps to ensure that we have a new set of eyes after 20 plus years.
Right.
When most entities do at least a renewal process every few years. So that's kind of why we're at where we're at with this particular item with the insurance. So I would just want to make sure that we have somebody that can help guide us through that, but not give away our ability to make those decisions, even for one item, right? Assistance, yes, but we've pared that back a lot already, right? We had up to 2 members, I think, of court on certain, almost every committee or every item that we voted on, and then it slowly got pared back to department heads, and now we're starting to talk about designees, who I'm sure have a lot more knowledge. I mean, they're the ones that I call when I have questions or asked by our staff. Right. But in the end, that's why we're here, is we're elected to make those decisions. So I would just want to see something a little bit more concrete, right, rather than what you have. If I could ask if we could just hold on to the next meeting so we could process what you've given us and really think about it more. I think the concept is very good, right? But until I can see what you've kind of come up with, I wouldn't want to just rush in to say either yes or no. It could be a great issue, but I wouldn't want to say no because I haven't had enough time to look at it. That's my main concern.
That's super fair because I don't even know why I got it today. I mean, I literally got it this morning and went, and I don't even know why I was getting it or what we were doing.
So when I saw the agenda item that was posted, I wanted to put that information in front of you because I had given you guys a deadline to meet, and I didn't want y'all to turn those into me yet. Because as long as you still have not scored and you have not had any public discussion regarding the proposals, then we still have this pivot ability if the court chooses to pivot over to the selection committee.
If we individually scored, it's okay. We just can't turn it in, is right.
Well, yeah, you may have done yours already.
Yeah, I've already done mine, yes. Okay.
So, but if someone's already started, then it may be tough to pivot on this particular one. Well, no, I mean, and so we should have all, started.
Well, from a procedural standpoint is what I'm talking about. You have the opportunity to either continue on the process or pivot over to having the selection committee do their scoring and ranking. And then you still have the final decision-making ability. On every selection committee that we give recommendations to the court, it is only a recommendation. The court always has the final say as to who gets
So
selected.
if we table this till the next meeting so everybody can digest what was sent to us, is there any harm on that? We just hold off until we do that and then come back and we just don't go forward with the other
Yeah.
stuff?
We haven't had one in a while, so.
Yeah, I have a document I could pass out if you wish, or I could wait and put it on the next agenda, which is just the order document displaying what the team would be.
Yeah, I don't need that until I read this, but I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks. I mean, would that be,
Wait
if we
till
table
next-
this till next meeting?
table it
I
to
don't
the
care.
next.
I read it myself. I still don't want to.
You also stated that
I won't
if
be
you
in
gave
there.
it to all of us, that did not mean that you all had to turn it in. You have done bid proposals where there's 4 people on there and only 2 people show up, and those are the people that score, that goes forward with the meeting. So
Yes, when
it's
we
not
have-
like there's a requirement if you received it that you have to score it or have to turn it in.
Correct. Each member of Commissioners Court is not required, if y'all do retain the scoring piece, the whole court is not required to submit scores, but we need at least 2. So I can compile a total number to recommend. And those scores that do get turned in would most likely have to be read out aloud in court.
Okay.
So consider that as well for your personal scores.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do we have a motion to table to the November 29th meeting? Is that all right to bring it back? Yes.
Okay. Motion to table till the next meeting?
We have a motion and a second, I believe, Brent and Commissioner Gonzalez both. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. And I am very sorry. I am going to skip, I believe, did they call Mr. Pimentel up because we have had the people here for the solid waste collection and disposal. Well, when Mr. Pimentel gets in, I'll bring it back up. Let's just keep going. Daryl, you still want item number 19, the report pulled into executive with the other?
And I got to ask on that one, what's the executive?
551.089,
Sorry, I don't have it memorized. What is that one?
IT safety.
IT safety?
Yes.
Security, safety.
Security, safety. Yes, we already had the number, yes.
Okay.
Under grants, thank you. I was looking for you everywhere. It's the wrong direction. Discuss and consider ratifying the acceptance of grant agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation for the routine airport maintenance program. And this comes into effect once all parties have approved this. Department 0160 is paying for the cash match, so this is fully funded, not a.
Correct, and every year, it's, we get this almost every week.
Yes.
For several years, and it's been a 50-50 match. TxDOT received additional funding, so now it'll be 90-10, 10 our match, and so we always put a budget in the.
Motion to
It's
pass.
moved. Thank you.
Second. Motion and a second.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Yeah, right.
Any opposed, same sign. Are you here for one? Yes. If you don't mind, I'm going to switch back to C3. Discuss and consider conditional selection for solid waste collection and disposal service dumpsters, county properties only.
Okay, judges, refresh our
Yes.
memory from last time. We conducted a proposal opening on Thursday, September 28th at 3 p.m. At that time, 3 bids were received. One of the questions that came up during that bid process was that there was one of the bidders had not provided the addendum number 1 and number 2 with their bid response form.
And can you tell which bidder, who's who? Sorry, I don't know the numbers on bidder 1, bidder 2, bidder.
Oh, I didn't say 1 or 2. I just said one of the bidders.
One of the
I haven't-
bidders, yes, he is.
I'll get to that in
Yes.
just a second.
Okay.
The bidder is, if you'll turn to the bid tabulation page, you can see that our current provider, Corpus Christi Disposal, is listed with the low bid of $5,410 per month. That's the bidder that did not provide addendum number 1 and number 2. The question was, last court, whether the Nueces County purchasing agent must discard as non-responsive the bids from a vendor who failed to include certain addenda in their bid. And the answer from county attorney is no. The purchasing agent is not required by statute or by contract to discard as non-responsive those bids that are missing addenda, and failure to submit the addendum does not render the bid non-responsive. And so to that end, all the 3 bidders are eligible to be selected by the court. The recommendation is to award to the lowest bid from Waste Connections DBA CC Disposal Service. Public Works recommends that approval. The expense would be paid by the user department budgeted funds.
There were some allegations about this. I would like to speak to Public Works to see if
Certainly.
they checked out these violations and OSHA violations. And there was last meeting, there was a leakage and OSHA violations or something. And
yes, ma'am. In the past couple of days, weeks, the contractor that currently holds the contract has been out there, and they made corrections to all these. I believe there was a spill from a hydraulic leak that has been cleaned up. The trash compactors have been repaired, and the contractor is here if you have any questions for them on specifics.
oh, yes. Did we check any other locations?
Yes, we have another location.
All of the locations
here
were
and
checked.
at the McKenzie Annex.
And then this morning there was an issue of the safety switch.
I have not heard about that one, but
That was brought up this morning.
it's been resolved.
It's been
according-
resolved,
Yes.
and that was left off. It wasn't on there, a safety switch or something. If you want to come up to the microphone, that's probably better. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Nina Starkey. I'm the district manager with CC Disposal. This morning I've been communicating over email, so I apologize. I have very little detail about the switch this morning, but we did send out a contractor, electrical contractor, to get that resolved. My understanding is the switch was not operating fully, like it was stopping too soon.
Oh, okay. Any other questions, anybody, or comments?
Well, I mean, I have to ask, I mean, if someone else not pointed out these violations, how do we know we would have ever gotten them fixed? I mean, that's the elephant in the room. I mean, somebody else had to point out that we had these problems, so what monitoring do we have in
I
place?
mean, periodically we do go through these pieces of equipment and look for violations or things that aren't per contract. At this point, we just didn't catch those in time, I guess. But for the most part, we do have our maintenance guys go out there and look at these, and then as well any reports that come in from the users, which is mainly the sheriff's department at the annex. On occasion we do use it, but if any issues do come up, we will contact them to make the repairs.
How many locations are we talking about that this covers?
Commissioner, the only ones that I know of are the 2 at here and at the annex.
No, I mean, how many for the total, for?
I couldn't tell you. How many? There's 18.
So
But of course, these are the only 2 that are compactors. Yes, sir.
I'd like to respond to the allegations.
Yes,
if I
sure.
may.
Please.
Thank you.
Just,
So I do want to point out that as soon as we were made aware of the allegations, I did look into every item. The things that are alleged OSHA violations are not related to the services that we provide. There was concern about environmental issue with the spill. There was some hydraulic staining that was from a repair years ago. We did clean that. And then the leakage from the compactor was like garbage juice, and we did clean that as well. So I just think it's important to highlight that this was a salesperson from our competitor that did this inspection. It was not a regulatory agency. Whoever reports anything, we're of course going to take care of it, but it just, I think it's important to say that there were things that were brought up that have nothing to do with our responsibilities as a hauler, but those things that were ours, we responded to immediately as soon as I was notified.
Would you be able to tell us, do you have any other, any OSHA violations right now
No, we
pending
do
or
not.
anything? Yeah,
No, we do not.
okay.
Yes.
And I guess, Bert, what has been your, I don't even know how long we've had this contractor, what's been your experience, your Public Works experience with response times and work product and things of that nature?
As far as my discussions with the Director of Public Works, this is the first time.
And do you know how long we've had this contract?
Michael, do you know?
And you said it's paid through, what did you say, budgeted funds, or what, someone's?
Public Works.
Public Works and the sheriff.
Yes.
And the,
is this are they all within the budget, or is this one within the budget, or?
Yes.
They're all within the budget, or just this one?
No, this contract.
No, all three, but I don't know what the budget is.
Money's there for all,
Yeah, that's
because
what I'm asking.
there's a major.
Yeah, the
there's a
money is
difference.
inside the
Yeah.
budget, but it's my understanding the money is inside the budget for whatever departments have dumpsters that's coming from their building funds.
Each department,
It
this
might be
comes out of
different-
their
It may
budget.
be different
Okay.
building funds, perhaps, in Public Works because of the location that it's in. And I would also inform the court, too, that this is a 2-year contract with 3 renewals available. So over the 5-year period, the cost from leasing disposal would be $324,600. The next low bidder, which is Republic Service, would be $380,471.40. And that's a difference of $55,871.40.
All of this was set up on a fixed cost, meaning no inflationary increases, no CPIs, no anything like that? I'm just curious how we're doing this.
Historically, that's been true, yes.
Okay.
Do both of these agencies, they both have a contract, or just one? Are they both contracted by the county to?
Not for the same service. We do have contracts with Republic Service on other areas.
But I mean, both companies do work for the county.
They both work for the county. They both, I believe, have good records with the county. I don't think we have any.
One just doing the inspection for the other one, huh?
I can't speak to that.
Give it a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
And so.
So what's the recommendation?
Knowing all this information, I spoke with Juan earlier, and he still stands by the recommendation to recommend award to Waste Connections CC Disposal Service for IFB 324923 in the amount of $5,410 monthly.
No further issues, right? No further issues? No. So move.
Second.
We have, I'm sorry, I was fixing a cough. We have a motion and a second to award at the recommendation of Public Works to Waste Connections Corpus Christi disposal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mike.
for being
Thank
here,
you.
too.
Thank you, Mike.
Now grants, going back on us, sorry. Item number B2, discuss and consider accepting a grant award from the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division in the amount of $21,651.14 with a cash match of $20,348.14 for the electronic monitoring program project.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All
Can I
those in,
discussion?
Oh, yes.
Is this a budgeted amount for the cash match, and this is a
Yes.
normal thing?
yes.
Yes, it's budgeted in the
So-
23-24.
As we move forward, I think this court needs to have a general discussion, and this is, the only reason I'm bringing it up now is because we're having to pay this cash match. I think we really need to decide as a court, because, in these seminars that I've gone to, some of these counties, don't mean to make everybody freak out, some of these counties have done away with grant departments because with grants come strings. Sorry, I'm not saying that to make you worry about your jobs. And I'm not saying that's what we should do, but I think we ought to at least have some discussions as a court as to what kind of grants do we really want to apply for. Do we want to apply for grants that have cash matches? Do we, because when it's great to get deferring stuff and statutory things are one thing, but some of these programs that we do, we don't, and this is not an example of it, but there's some programs that we do that we don't have to do, and we're having to match things. So I'm okay with this one today because it's been budgeted, but I think we at least need to have a discussion on where we want to go with grants, because there's always strings attached to money, and that's what some of these county judges have been talking about at these seminars have been, hey, there's always strings attached to grants, and grants are great, and we can't survive without grants, but for the fact that when we have to match them a lot. And the one that really makes me super nervous is this public defender grant. That thing is going to cost us, I don't know how we're going to be able to eat that. I don't know how we're going to be able to fund that. I really don't. So that's the one, and I supported that, right? I'm, full disclosure, I get it, but because it sounded like a great idea, but man, does it make me nervous going down the road. So I'm okay with this one, but I think we at least ought to, as a court, put that on the agenda at some point to have a discussion about.
I don't disagree. I agree we need to be very cautious in going for grants and look at the fine print. I do know on a few there are times when we can get out before it gets to the matching portion where the leveling off.
Yes, just like all of these grants for the Office of the Governor, the application process will begin opening up in December, and then we'll come in to ask for, can we apply? We need a resolution, so we do come in first and ask before we apply.
No, I know, and I haven't, and I'm saying that's on me.
That's on our part,
Yeah,
too,
no, that's on me. I haven't
not
paid
on
as,
you.
I need to pay more attention too, because if it's something that we're applying for a grant to offset something that we have to statutorily do, then that's kind of a no-brainer because that reduces our cost. But if it's for a new program or a new something that sounds great and fine, but we eventually have to match it, those are the ones that I think we ought to really take a pause on and look at hard, because it may sound great that it's a 50-50 match, but we're still paying a 50.
Correct.
And that's,
We still have to come up with the 50%.
Well, I'd like to know what that adds up to in this county, what our matches are. That'd be a really interesting figure to know what our matches are right now for grants.
Yeah, we have been very cautious in the past year about looking for no match, no cash match.
No, I know you have, Judge, and I appreciate that because you've said that before, and that's why I'm kind of bringing this up. But I'm saying all these past grants that we've done, holy cow, I'm afraid of those. So anyway, thank you.
We had a motion and a second. Did we vote on that?
No,
I don't think. Did we vote? We did.
No, we didn't vote.
I didn't think
because
we
I
did.
said discussion before we voted.
Yeah. So
stay with me.
Do you have the motion and the second? Yeah, you're usually on top of
He
us.
usually gets me. I got him this time. I'm kind of pumped. That's a first.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Item number 3, discuss and consider accepting a grant award from the Texas Office of Governor, Criminal Justice Division in the amount of $24,093.09 with a cash match of $8,000 that will be split between the Sheriff's Office and his forfeiture funds and Constable Precinct 3 forfeiture funds. And this is for their body-worn camera program and their stuff. So I'll make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to purchasing, C1. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving amendment number 4 to the agreement with Aramark Correctional Services, LLC for the jail food management. Go ahead.
Yes,
I see you there.
This is the renewal that's available on the contract to extend the termination date to December 13, 2024. It also includes a increase to the meal price from 1.70 to 1.894. All other provisions of the contract shall remain the same. This recommendation is to authorize and approve this. We have the 1295 certificate. The services are paid for by the Sheriff's Office jail budgeted funds. The Sheriff recommends approval.
I'll second that. For discussion.
I thought this was going into executive session.
No, this is their food program. That's not it.
Oh, am I getting the wrong
sorry.
one?
This is food.
My bad.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, I'm pulling into executive. Moving on to the auditor then, D1.
Yes, Your Honor, as required by Chapter 59 of our government code, it requires that all of our departments that have forfeiture requirements for doing items with, which is all of our constables, sheriff, as well as the DA, must file a report with the Attorney General every year. These reports have been reviewed by my office, reviewed by the constables in question. The reports match the requirements of the Chapter 59, and we're submitting these for your approval as required.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. D2, auditor, you're still up.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a change order number 3 for our current adaptive a light software solution to moving to Workday. This is a no-cost, time-only extension. There will be no cost for this change order number 3. All it is adding time for reporting requirements.
So moved passage.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Item number 3, Your Honor, we've been working with our county attorney's office because we have as we know, we're moving to Workday. However, we still have to maintain our older software for a short period of time once we get to Workday. This one is with Tyler Technology for our executive time systems. We worked with our attorneys to make sure we have a 30-day advance written notice for ending of the solution. So we worked them very well, and but we still have to renew the contract with them. And what the agreed upon is once we get out, any money we provide to them, they'll pro-rata refund us any amount that that are overspent on the balances. And we've worked with the county attorney on this very well.
And this is the one where they
Yes.
wanted us to do the year contract, and we're only going to use them for a while, but they have
Most of
assured
them,
us
and most of them maybe a
we
month or
can
two.
get out.
It
Yes.
won't be very long. Yes.
Okay. And the county attorney, you're good with this, the wording in there to get us out of it? Yes, I'll make the motion and to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4.
This is our project change order number 127. As we've been working with Teresa and my staff on, as we're going to Workday, trying to clean up some of our projects, and we're trying to get some balance to do. So a lot of this will be that we're showing some completions on some of the funds, and some of these funds will be moved back to the department or the CO that provide that as unallocated funds. We can go through the list. We have added a few small new items. For example, on the very first one, 1915, we added the courthouse roof replacement, but we had to do that through multiple CO functions because of the amount of funding we have. When you get towards the bottom of the screen on 1921, we see where there was $100,000 that's been removed back to Precinct 4's unallocated funds for his determination how to use the funds. We've been working with Teresa on all of them. It's on page 2. You'll see where 1925, a lot of our IRT funds for a lot of our county roads that we have listed have been completed, and those funds remain listed, so we move those back into unallocated funds for the court to use however you all see fit. We've been working with Teresa very well on this, and we believe the numbers are adequate. We met the requirements and determined this are. We submit this for your approval. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Seems pretty simple. Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 5.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to pull this to executive?
I would like to do, there is some items that we'd like to talk to you in executive session because we wanted not to disclose as much items on there, so there's a potential possible fraud in this event. And when we reviewed this item, it was a lot of extra work. My staff could do this, but the amount of time required would be 5 to 7 months. So we're possibly requesting the court to hire Collier Johnson Woods on this matter. We talked to them about them. They haven't given us a quote yet on this balances, but yes, we would like to bring this into executive session to explain why.
That is D5. Okay.
Executive session today?
Yes, 551.071. Moving on then to human resources, we have one item, number 3, discuss and consider approval of the hire right agreement to provide background check services. Jenny, are we ready? I know we've gone back and forth with that contract for a long time.
Yes, that one is, should be good to go. And then on the one that you just mentioned, pulling back, that's a 551071.
I did that. I got it. 551.071. The hire right is good to go to vote on to pass.
I believe so,
Did we pass it before with just waiting for y'all's approval, so we don't really have to do anything? Yeah,
Right, I believe
just
that was the way
I need
it
to sign the
was.
contract now.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have it? Who has the contract?
I gave the contract to
We have
Tara this morning.
We have it.
Oh, we have it? Okay, okay. Thank you. Then we're good. No action necessary.
No, we don't have to.
We've already voted to approve it once the county attorney did, and she says it's ready to be signed, so. So now we, unless I missed something, because we have hopped around a little bit, so you better check your items and make sure.
Check.
I did.
We didn't do the plaids. What was the plaids?
That's on the next one, I think, the November 29th, right?
What?
Which one's that?
The plating, is that on the November 29th? That's not on here. That one on this.
Oh,
agenda, was it?
29th.
Yeah,
29th.
no,
29th.
Did you vote on both dune permits?
yes.
Yes.
Mhm, yes.
How about the ARPA manager? We should have discussed it with all other matters. We didn't discuss it, right? I'll put it in the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to get that one quick, though.
Well, she said they had posted for the position to
Yeah,
be
but I told-
refilled,
I
but,
told them to hold off on it.
okay, okay. Well, then we probably need to bring that back up next time, so, wait. Okay, then it looks like I am ready to move to executive. We're going to go into executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice, reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, 551.089. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security services, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A today, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to cause number 219 CV 43 Diana Bond, estate of Tammy Bond, and next friend for ARB, a minor child, versus Nueces County in the U.S. Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open session. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding offer of settlement from Hermelinda Lozano regarding her employment claim, 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding the possibility of any counteroffer from the county, possibility of authorizing the county attorney to deliver a counteroffer from the county to Hermelinda Lozano. Discuss 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open session. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to health services agreement with Armor Correctional Health Services, Inc., and related matters, 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding the First Amendment to the Amendment Cooperative Agreement for City-Operated Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District and related matters, 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open. Item F, discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the Information Technology Department head pursuant to Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same in open court. Item 3A19. Just a second. Receive a report from Information Technology Department head regarding the domain name change from nuecesco.com to nuecescountytx.gov and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.089 for IT safety. Item C4 is discuss and consider authorizing and approving amendment number 2 to the agreement with Armor Correctional Health Services. We already have Armor on here. Do I have to read this one again? This is something different too.
Well, no, you read it in the others, right?
I think we already had it listed here. Yes, Armor Health is D, so I don't need to do twice, yeah. Item D5, discuss and consider county auditor's request to hire Collier, Johnson, and Wood for external audit and related matters, local government code 551.071. And it is 3:29, and we will be going to executive now. 5:31, and we are back from executive session. I will move to item A in executive. We have a motion.
Yes, Judge. Make a motion to direct the county attorney's office to pursue mediation and negotiate with plaintiff for cause number 219 CV43.
I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding the legal matters related to the health service agreement with Armor Correctional.
I don't have that.
You don't have that one? Do you have that
Judge, I
one?
believe the motion was to ask Mr. Robinson to proceed with an RFQ or RFP in regards to a new jail services contract.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item F. Do we have a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Move to direct the county auditor to hire Collier, Johnson, and Wood for audit services.
Oh, that's D5. Yes, D5. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is that and that is F? No, I'm sorry.
To hire Collier, Johnson, and Woods. You're right on that
Am I
one.
right?
D5 is.
I'm sorry, D5. I'm sorry. Hire Collier, Johnson, and Wood for audit services. Authorize county judge to restructure social services department procurement immediately.
We have a motion. Huh?
Procedures.
Procedures.
Procedures,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat? Sorry, I couldn't hear. My
Yes,
apologies.
motion to direct county auditor to hire Collier, Johnson, and Wood for audit services and authorize the county judge to restructure social services department procedures?
Procedures.
Procedures immediately.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And then I think we had a motion on item F. Did we get the language?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, uh-huh.
Motion to suspend IT director without pay for 5 days, beginning on 11/16/2023 for 7.02 subsection B, inefficiency, and 7.02 subsection A, incompetency.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Then we want to go back to,
E is no action.
huh?
E,
E is no action, no. Go back to the very beginning, I think.
E19.
382.
382 on the Krista Spahn Health System Corporation with the Emergency Medicine Residency. Commissioner Chesney, you're going to make that motion.
Thank you, Judge. Based on the recent development at the Nueces County Hospital District Board, the court, I would make a motion to support the concept of a much longer-term deal with Spahn or a transition of the emergency medical residency program to HCA in a timely and urgent fashion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in
Judge,
favor?
if I could, real quick, they've been sitting here a long time. I don't know if any of y'all want to say anything before we vote on this, but I know y'all been here a long day, and we appreciate you sticking around. So if everybody's good, we're good? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Judge.
That's okay. And I think we were going to do a resolution stating this as well. Is that your motion? Or
Yeah,
is that,
however we need to do that.
how do we do that,
I
Jenny?
guess, Jenny, can you write that up since we've made the motion and do it as a resolution?
We can present the resolution to you tomorrow for signature.
Okay.
Okay, as long, but if you'll articulate the desire of the court in regards to the hospital district and make sure they get that as well, and Spahn and HCA.
With all of them.
Doctors are here, they got it, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I think that's our agenda. Do we have any adjournments in memory? Anyone? You do? No, you don't. Sorry. I guess that we don't. Then I would accept a motion to adjourn the meeting. We have a motion. I will second that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Again, y'all have had a long day, haven't you?
Aye, Judge.
Oh, sorry. 5:36. 5:36.